jokes they didn't quite hear. Frosted window panes and cheap champagne, a face appears. And anything could happen in these cathedrals we roam, where shadow people dance and trade their glance and walk home alone. Staring out the window of the Roosevelt Hotel, watching Midtown empty out and a kiss of farewell. They say we come from nothing and to nothing return, and in between is gravity and bridges left to burn. fatal flaw? Is a broken jaw? Is a burning bridge? Move your hips. And the ghosts of the boulevard, littered with lonely hearts. A city like a graveyard, once was a postcard. When you lose your wonder, and you can't remember where we were living in the days of thunder. 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 Living in the days of love. Was a dream to have, was a king-size bed, was an escape plan, was an open hand. Now it's a dog from hell, it's a dream you sell, it's an epitaph, it's a photograph. And the ghosts of the boulevard, littered with lonely hearts. A city like a graveyard, once was a postcard. When you lose your wonder, and you can't remember where we were living in the days of thunder. Living in the days of thunder. Living in the days of thunder.
There's been a bit of a ruckus.
Living in the days of thunder. Living in the days of
Well, good evening, everybody. How are we tonight? Hopefully, everybody has had a great day. Happy Saturday, and we are back. There's not a whole lot in the news for video game news today, so I figured, you know what? Fuck it. Instead, we're going to start off with two videos, both of which are 40K related. One is discussing an issue that unfortunately came out a few months ago when I guess I guess Warhammer kind of changed a thing. And I'm curious to know what you guys think about it. Because it's kind of troubling. It really, really is kind of troubling, for sure. So why don't we get into that? Now, I do have to preface, I don't agree with everything that this guy says, but yeah, we'll go through it. So here we go.
There's been a bit of a ruckus in the Warhammer 40k community in recent days after the parent company Games Workshop decided to make some changes to the lore of their fictional universe. And well, they haven't exactly been well received. But what changes did they make to cause such a backlash, you might ask? Well, this is where I'm going to have to delve into the lore a little bit, so indulge me. The simplistic view is that Warhammer 40k is set in a fictional future where mankind is locked into a state of constant warfare across the galaxy, and has devolved into a kind of quasi-religious military dictatorship where human life is cheap and all that matters is the survival of the Imperium.
True.
To quote the company themselves, in the grim darkness of the 41st millennium, there
is only war.
Nice. It's a neat setting for tabletop wargaming, and there's an absolute metric ton of lore and history that's gradually been built up around it over the decades.
That is true. I mean, like, I think I really got into Warhammer when in like 2013, 2014, somewhere around there, and for 10 years now, I've just been going ham with as much lore as I found like really, really interesting, and learning about different factions and different chapters and legions, and primarily Imperium based, because the Imperium has like the metric fuck ton of lore. But yeah, I'm still nowhere close. If I'm lucky, I may know like 10%. If I'm lucky.
In fact, you can actually ignore the gaming side of things altogether and just immerse yourself in the fictional worlds. There's more than enough books, short stories, graphic novels, video games, and magazine articles to keep you amused for decades.
True.
Anyway, one of the most iconic symbols of the 40k universe has got to be the Space Marines.
Yep.
Genetically and surgically enhanced super soldiers wrapped up in power armor that are deployed to the most critical war zones across the galaxy.
Yep.
They're the very apex of human warfare, and the elite amongst them are the Custodes, the
Yes.
personal bodyguards of the Emperor of Mankind.
Yeah, and here's the thing. Where, and I know most of us here, we've already been through like the lore explanation, but I'll just kind of skip, I'll do the Cliff Notes version. Space Marines are basically people who are deemed worthy, but it's like 1% of the entire population, if they're lucky, are even thought to be good enough to join the Space Marines, and then they're literally, I mean, they're hypnotized, and they have a bunch of shit put in their head, and then they have a bunch of organs crammed into their bodies and everything else and so on, so that when they come out, effectively, they're literally the same as any other Space Marine in that particular chapter or legion, right? These guys are all handmade. These are literally handmade people. They're designed and they're literally test tube babies. That's what they are. But they're even bigger, even stronger, and for the most part, undefeatable. They do have a couple of issues, sure. But then you also have the Sisters of Silence, who work alongside them to help with the shortcomings that they do have. There you go.
These are not.
This is about female custodies. My position is I don't like when they change the lore to tick boxes. It feels like a forced activisty, but I'll enjoy it regardless. Well, it is, but let's
Not guys with whom to fuck.
see what they have to
There's a lot
say.
of lore surrounding the Space Marines and the Custodes themselves, how they're created and how they function, but one of the most fundamental aspects of their creation is that they're all male, hence the reason they're all referred to as battle brothers. I know, right? Who would have thought that an oppressive, xenophobic, totalitarian military regime wouldn't have diversity and inclusion initiatives? The
Right?
reasons for this are a combination of established lore, the target audience, and, Well, basic common sense. From the lower side of things, the process for creating Space Marines is only compatible with male physiology, and there's no way to adapt it to work on female bodies. The super advanced technology used to do it is barely even understood by this point in history, and to be honest, there's never been a whole lot of incentive to pursue it because, well, what's the point? Only the strongest, toughest, and most resilient individuals can even hope to survive the process of being turned into a Space Marine, much less a Custodes.
But here's a big thing that I think he's kind of missing out on when he says, what's the point? The vast majority of people that play this are men, right? So if the vast majority of people that play this are men, why would they change, quite literally, the most popular army that you can be into anything other but men? Right? To me, it doesn't make sense. If, like, let's call it 80%, and I know that that's being really low. I'm lowballing it for a reason. But let's say 80% of the population that plays Warhammer on the tabletop or enjoys the lore or just enjoys painting them and this, that, and the other thing. If 80% of them are men, why would men not be represented predominantly? And that's not to say that women aren't represented. They are. And not only are they represented, in most cases, women are even more badass than their male counterparts. Holy shit.
To put it into context, less than a fraction of 1% of the population would even be considered as candidates, which pretty much rules women out of the equation, so it always seemed like a question that basically answered itself. And if I had to guess, I'd say a lot of this probably comes down to Games Workshop having a solid understanding of their target audience and what they like. Because, how can I put this? Not all that many girls are into tabletop wargaming.
Which is true. That's the... If I'm being honest, that is kind of it, right? I know of currently two women that I know personally who, one, really enjoys painting the miniatures. She really wants to get into more of the lore and everything like that, right? And she's really, really excited about it, and I've already said, hey, listen, there's there's a lot of male stuff in here. If you're interested in the male stuff, that's great. If you're not, here's all the stuff that's geared towards women, right? The Adeptus Sororitas, Sisters Repentia, the Silent Sisterhood, the Ecclesiarchy, basically just in general, right? You also have women inquisitors. You also have rogue traders. You also have assassins. It's a pretty mixed bag. For a lot of them, but women are definitely represented. Space Marines just so happen to be male-dominated. That's what it is. I know, too, myself, one isn't interested in the lore of the game. She just likes painting minis in pastel colors, which is fair. The other is a Dark Eldar enthusiast and vaguely scares me. Yes. Absolutely. The other one, by the way, that I know is spoiled. And I know for a fact that in the next video that we're going to be watching, there may definitely be some stuff that she'll really, really have an interest in, for sure. But yeah, I mean, there's tons of representation, right?
You don't say.
There's some, for sure. I'm not taking anything away from them, but generally, if I had to pick the people who are most likely to be into things like Warhammer, well, it's going to be guys like this.
That's true.
And for a good 30 years or so, everyone seemed pretty happy with that state of affairs. The problem is that Warhammer started to get popular, really popular, and so it was only a matter of time before it attracted the attention of modern audiences. Not tabletop gamers playing today, of course, or even just women who happen to enjoy the hobby, but instead activists who totally don't give a shit about anything to do with 40k, but just want to score another little victory in the endless war to dominate every single aspect of entertainment and culture.
That's true. And I also went back on Twitter in the last hour and was looking at some of the stuff when it came to Warhammer from a few months ago. There are people that are pissing and moaning about this whole thing because they thought the post was good, not because they actually care about Warhammer. Let that sink in. They don't give a shit about the tabletop game itself. They don't give a shit about the lore. They don't give a shit about the characters. They don't give a shit about the factions. They give a shit about the fact that it was a good post. I'm glad we're on the same page with this. I usually keep my mouth shut because of being labeled a bigot or a chud. No, I'll wait until the end to give my opinion, but I don't... Okay. For clarity's sake, I've watched this already. Because I need to make sure that, for the most part, if it's a video that I'm going to be presenting, it's got to be vetted so that, you know, there's not tits and bobs and vagine and everything else in there, right? I don't want to get banned. I don't agree with some things that he does say. I think there are things that maybe he's generalizing a little bit too much. But the main point, I'll wait until the end and I'll give my opinion, for sure.
The push to make the world of 40k more diverse and inclusive has been going on for a while now, and one of the big objectives they've been gunning for is female space marines. Because truly, what woman doesn't want to see herself represented as a psychopathic 8-foot-tall genetically engineered killing machine? It doesn't matter to these people that...
Well, why would you not want that, right? I mean, it's not like you already have women who are the better part of about 6-7 feet tall, who are psychopathic killing machines, but instead of 1 ton of combat armor, they're wearing about half a ton of combat armor, and they look incredibly badass, and they already have their specialized versions of that, who go so fucking ham that even the governing body goes, listen, just let them cook, right? And to make things even better for them, they have psychopath women warriors who wear body armor and also work not alongside as in a sidekick role, but also work in tandem with another role, specifically to be the people who stop quite literally some of the most dangerous enemies of the Imperium from even making it close to anywhere that both squads are. Like, why wouldn't they want to be Space Marines when they have all that?
30 years of lore says it can't be done. It doesn't matter that most actual gamers don't want to see it happen. It doesn't matter that there's already entire armies of female-only soldiers specifically created to give women more of a presence in the game worlds. All that matters is winning, breaking down another barrier, homogenizing and blending everything together into an indistinguishable grey sludge of inclusion, gleefully taking another treasured thing away from their enemies so they can gloat about it and push for even greater victories next time. And a few days ago, they moved one step closer to their goal with the release of a new rulebook from Games Workshop, where it casually dropped in the fact that female custodies are now apparently a thing.
Fuck.
That's pretty interesting, considering they've literally never been spoken about before, and
That's
everything
true.
we know about them suggests that can't happen, but okay, sure. Naturally, fans were confused by this, and when they were questioned about it on Twitter, Games Workshop's response was simple and blunt. Since the first of the 10,000 were created, there have always been female custodians. Liar! You know, I can't help thinking that you guys are trying to do a bit of rewriting of history here. I can't help thinking that you've finally started to bow to pressure from modern audiences, and you were almost certainly encouraged to do this by a sudden infusion of investment.
The following interests in 3 or more % of the issued shared capital of the company: BlackRock Gaming and Vanguard Group. Okay.
Money from BlackRock. I can't help thinking that maybe you're trying to gaslight your own fans into believing we've always been at war with East Asia. And apparently, I'm not the only one. But Drinker, you absolute titan of tabletop tactics, I hear you say, the 40k universe is rife with misinformation, retcons and rewrites. Things
Which is
are
true.
constantly being changed and added to the lore, so why should this be any different?
I don't remember asking you a goddamn thing.
Well, let me stop you there, heretic, because there's a few little misconceptions that I'd like to clear up on this one. The development of the Warhammer universe over the past 30 years is less of a constantly shifting chessboard and more like a telescope that's slowly coming into focus. In the early days,
Plus, and I agree with him on this point, it is more like a telescope coming into focus. But I think the other really, really, really important thing here is that for the last 30, 40 years, right, when it comes to the retcons or it comes to lore possibly shifting or lore changing or new things happening and so on, are there things that do upset the balance? Yes, there have absolutely been things that upset the balance. That's why when a new codex comes out, they always have updates to that codex, right? Because it might put Space Marines as the meta, right? Or it might put Eldar as the meta, or it might put Orcs as the meta. And then they spend the rest of that codex's lifespan going back and trying to beef up the rest of the armies so that each army has a special thing that can counter one specific thing from whatever that meta is. And that's not necessarily a bad thing. Is it perfect? No. But the important thing is that they also don't insult the intelligence of everybody who's been there for a very long time or fans who are just getting into it, right? It's a very fine balance that they have to walk, and I think relatively they've walked it pretty well for the last 30, 40 years. Is that, again, they don't insult the intelligence of the people who are playing it, who are reading, who are enjoying, who are painting, and so on. Or playing their video games or whatever. They don't insult their intelligence. That's a huge thing. That's a huge thing for, I mean, let's face it, most of us, right? Nobody wants to feel like they're being made to feel stupid. You know what I mean?
Back in the 80s, things were intentionally vague and a lot of details were still waiting to be filled in because the developers hadn't worked everything out yet.
Well, and not to mention, everything was so incredibly vague in the 80s because it was a bunch of hippies that were basically on acid most of the time who were like, let's create a tabletop war game, but it's going to be incredibly fucking metal, man, right? And they're all coked out and acided out and everything out of their goddamn minds. If you go back and you see some the first edition miniatures, they're fucking insane. People on acid most of the time would have trouble coming up with this kind of stuff. And it looks funny. It looks really hilarious. But yeah, they were just here's a bunch of armies and shit, and they do cool stuff. Here, have at it. Right? And they didn't think that far ahead until they really started to need to.
Over the years, those details have been filled in with hundreds of articles, books, games, and rule sets, and while certain details might have been corrected and expanded on many times over, the general setting, history, characters, rulebooks, and foundations of the world have actually stayed extremely consistent. So no,
that's true.
That excuse doesn't wash with me anymore, boyo. And as I've mentioned in previous videos, the lore is something you should respect enough to work around instead of constantly changing.
I agree.
Believe it or not, people actually get invested in this stuff.
Yeah, they do.
Buy into the fictional world you've created, and the more you fuck with that, the more difficult you make it for those people to stay invested because they know that at any moment, some prick might decide to completely rewrite it to suit their own selfish bullshit needs. But Drinker, it's just one little change. Why do you care so much if there's female custodies? That's an interesting question, but here's an even better one. Why did you care so much that there weren't female custodies? Why did it bother you so much that you've spent years complaining about it? Why do you feel so strongly that this thing must be changed? And why do you get so defensive when people question you about it? As heel versus babyface so correctly observed, it's really easy to ask the old, why do you care so much question once you've gotten what you want. It's easy to...
Now, I will say... Right? I will absolutely say, I am not a fan of heels versus babyface. I think in a lot of ways, he is in fact a fucking chud. However, one thing that I will say is that you can have two things that are both true. So, although I feel that He is a chud, and I feel that his anger in a lot of areas is completely misplaced, and that he's so busy huffing his own fucking farts that he gets bent out of shape when literally in a game somebody does something as innocuous as making sure that people can be well represented and put a thing to allow them to have their own personal pronouns, and then he flips out about it. Even though that's true, I think it is also true when he says that the statement of it only becomes a non-important thing once you fought so hard to get it to change, and it changes. Absolutely, I do. I really, that does make it true. Yes.
To defend the status quo once the status quo has been changed to suit your demands. Until, of course, you've decided that it has to change again, in which case you certainly will care about this stuff again. And make no mistake, they will demand that more things be changed to suit them. And I guess that's the real crux of this argument here. It's the reason Warhammer fans are pushing back so loudly against it. It's not just what the change is, although that's pretty bad all by itself, but it's what it represents that's the bigger issue. It's the sacrifice of artistic freedom.
I'm gonna go out on a limb here, though, and I'm gonna say this, right? If Citadel and Black Library and Warhammer came out in the latest edition and said there has been a major breakthrough, and that breakthrough is that finally, through sheer accident, or through years and years and years of study, or whatever, that women can be created. Women custodies can be created. I don't think there would be as much of a backlash from the audience as there is now when Warhammer comes out and says, well, no, there have always been women custodians, when there's literally never been any lore regarding that whatsoever. And every piece of lore specifically states that it is men and builds off the fact, the fact in the lore, right, that the way that this genetic manipulation works is done in such a way where, because it is easier and it is less complicated to make them out of men, and because it is less complicated, it can even be done in the first place. I don't think anybody would really have a problem. I really don't feel like anybody would have a problem if they said, holy shit, women, there's been a major, major breakthrough. Women, can now be custodians as well. Right? I don't think there would be an issue. But it's because they're trying to sweep it under the rug and lie about it, even though literally everything in the lore says that it's men. To put it another way, I enjoy diversity done right. Yes, absolutely.
On the altar of identity politics. This right here, boys and girls, is the thin edge of the wedge. It's the first little crack in the dam that'll eventually become a gaping hole. Because here's the thing, the moment you make any concession, no matter how tiny, you've already given the game away. You've made it known that you're prepared to bow down to their demands if they put enough pressure on you. And so inevitably, their demands are never going to end. They'll literally never be happy, because there's always going to be some other thing, some other piece of problematic lore, some other rule or exclusionary detail that has to be altered to comply with their constantly evolving demands, and all in the name of inclusion and diversity. Because these people don't care about your hobby, they don't care about integrating into a community of like-minded individuals. All they care about is that the community bends and reshapes itself to suit them, until eventually they bend it so much that it breaks.
That's
People
true.
like that are complete and utter poison for any hobby, any fandom, any franchise. All they ever manage to do is stir up conflict, resentment, and division, driving people away and turning fans against the very company that tries to pander to them.
Yep.
Because their very reason for existing is to undermine and destroy the thing they claim that they're trying to save. And if you've got any common sense whatsoever, or any love for the fandom that you're so passionate about, you'll think very carefully before bending the knee to them. Anyway, that's all I've got for today. Go away now.
To be fair, right, I don't have a problem with diversity. I don't. I think diversity is a very important thing. one of my favorite franchises in literally in my life is Star Trek. But most people forget that the original pilot of Star Trek was very, very, very misogynistic. Incredibly misogynistic, right? It started with literally the very first pilot episode, which, by the way, was not received well. Not at all. And it was done within the first minute of the show. The original Captain Pike on the USS Enterprise, right? He strolls onto the bridge and everything else and so on, and there's a yeoman there, and she needs the captain to sign off on something, and the captain looks bewildered. And he goes, I thought I had expressed orders for no women on the bridge. And then number one, his first officer, looks over to him, and he goes, present company excluded, of course, number one. But that set the stage. Right? There's only one woman that is allowed on the bridge because she's special. Right? That's pretty misogynistic. That's how NBC wanted it. And it didn't go well. So, but they still wanted the product. And Gene Roddenberry came around and he goes, no, everybody should be included. It doesn't matter what color they are. It doesn't matter whether they are Japanese, doesn't matter whether they're Russian, doesn't matter if they're black, doesn't matter if they're white, doesn't matter if they're a man or a woman. Everybody should be as represented as possible. And sure enough, once the second pilot hit, and you had Uhura, and you had Chekhov, and you had Sulu, and you had Spock, and you had Kirk, and you had Bones, and you had Scotty, and everybody loved it. Why? Because everybody could feel like in some way, shape, or form, they were being represented. And I think that that is a very, very good thing. And Star Trek has had its fair share of ups and downs when it comes to inclusivity, even through the Next Generation. They've had it, right? There are multiple examples because, again, it's an old way of network television thinking versus creators that are trying to do something good and something that shows that everybody is represented, everybody is working together for a common goal, and so on. That's great. I really don't think gamers in general who play 40K or paint the miniatures and never play, or follow the lore and never play, or listen to the audiobooks, or play the video games and so on, I don't think any of them have any problem with the way women are represented, including the women who play 40K. I don't think they have any problem with the way things are represented, right? They understand, okay, yes, this was a thing done in the 80s. It was a bunch of hippies who were whacked out of their skulls. It was a male-predominant thing, and even Spoiled has come out and said, I don't have enough chest hair for this. Now, she does say it jokingly, yes. However, she's also not wrong, right? This is a male-dominated thing, and we understand this. Again, I don't feel that if Black Library and Citadel and Warhammer came out and said, whether it was an accident or whether people were looking into it or whatever, oh my God, people have been able to crack the code. Now we can make women custodes. I don't think anybody would have a problem with that. I think it's more the fact that it feels like they bent the knee to constant pressure from people who don't even care about the activity that it is. And them going, well, what do you mean? We've always had women custodes. No, you haven't. And I think that's the problem. I think everybody enjoys diversity, but people don't enjoy diversity when it's literally something that's going to break absolutely everything. It's the gaslighting people dislike. Yes, it's not only the gaslighting that people dislike, but it's also the insult to their intelligence. And I think that's kind of the big thing, right? People feel like they're like Warhammer is trying to make them feel stupid for going, what do you mean? There's never been any women custodes. There's the Silent Sisterhood. but that's not the same thing. The Custodes are one thing. The Silent Sisterhood are just as powerful, if not more powerful, but are different than the Custodes. And now Warhammer's turning around and going, no, you're wrong. There have always been women Custodes. Right? I think that's the problem. Barum, what's going on, buddy? How you doing? I think that's the ultimate issue, is that they're being gaslit and they're being made to feel stupid because of things that were written and have been written for decades, and now all of a sudden it's being changed, and it's not being changed in a way that respects people's time and respects their intelligence and respects their knowledge on the thing. They're just gaslighting everybody and calling everyone dumb. And I think that's the problem. I do think that's the big problem. But up next, more Bricky. Every single Warhammer 40k faction explained. Part Dose.
Hey all, this is part 2 in a 2-part series on the Warhammer races. If you haven't seen part 1 yet, we do the Imperium of Man. You can check that out in the description, and I would highly recommend you watch that to get context for this episode.
This all deals with everything that isn't Imperium. FYI.
Go ahead and keep on watching. So after an entire episode of nothing but humans, we can now talk about chaos, which involves humans again.
True.
A little bit less. We also got demons and shit.
I just felt someone grab my ass.
What?
Like hard, Nick.
So, as I've mentioned many times before, we've discussed the warp, the immaterium, the hellish landscape, the purgatory dimension realm between the material realm of our existence. Now, in the warp, it's terrifying, horrible, there are demons everywhere, things are crazy, all your minds and thoughts and emotions get projected there. It is both formless and empty, it is vast and tiny, it obeys the laws of time and physics while simultaneously does absolutely nothing of the sort. It is a hodgepodge and a culmination of just unknowable, eldritch, horrifying shit. And there are 4 gods that permeate in chaos and the warp. These are the 4.
Now, there is one god, technically, that is not here. But if I remember correctly, the reason why they don't talk about the 5th god, his name is like Malal or something like that, specifically is because there is a issue with the copyright. So from what I understand, it's he's been retconned, specifically because they don't have the copyright to it. That's what it is.
Major chaos gods, and if we wish to learn about chaos, we need to learn about each and every single one of these.
Oh my
gods.
dear
First
God!
Up, we have Khorne, and he is.
Whoa! Hang on a second. Adam Sky, veteran of the Promethean Shadows, as a magic. This is fucking amazing! Holy shit! We have to see this. Sweet Jesus! I love everything about this. I love absolutely everything about this. This is amazing. I gotta pull up the other pictures. Hang on. This is so fucking good. This is so fucking good. Holy shit. Oh, God, if I could get... Jesus, if I could get my fucking Space Marines in Space Marine 2 to wear cowboy hats, I would totally make them wear cowboy hats. That would be fucking insane. Adam Sky as a Space Marine. I absolutely love everything about this. Holy shit. This is amazing. I'm keeping those up. Totally keeping those up.
Khorne is your classic Satan. He is all about anger, murder, fighting, blood, guts, death. You ever heard the term blood for the blood god, skulls for the skull throne? That's Khorne. The whole idea is that he is all about the fury and strength of battle. He doesn't care where blood comes from so long as blood is flowing. He wants to fight and murder.
Actually, fuck. Now that I'm thinking of it, hang on. I was like, okay, I know Space Marines wear helmets, but Hey, listen, some Space Marines don't wear helmets, right? We've all seen them. Especially the veteran Space Marines definitely do not wear them. Let's see if I can do this. Brother Captain, the clapping of thy ass cheeks is a cacophony of which I am not privy to overcome. Desist! Battle brother, take care to seal the hatch whilst expelling the chaos from thy bowels. The screams can be easily picked up from thy auspex, and the stench is that of Nurgle himself. That's amazing.
Carnage and slaughter and death, 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 death. That is Khorne. Very simple to understand. Next up, you have Tzeentch, and Tzeentch is the god of change. However, the god of change.
Maddie, clean the Turdus Depositus, for fuck's sake. Gods damn it. Chaos gods be damned. Except for the Emperor.
Permeates in so many different other ways. He's the most eldritch of all the demon gods. He has this weird way to always be plucking at the strings of the universe. He's always conniving and scheming and doing his best to cause as much little bullshit as he can. Tzeentch is unknowable. Everything that makes sense, he will and won't do.
God of Malice, he got the boot and nobody knows where he is, but will occasionally pop up and slaughter a great demon despite his former fellow Chaos gods. Yeah, so from what I understand, basically the reason why he's not shown anymore is because of a copyright issue. I don't know the exact thing, but it's like, it's something to do with like a copyright issue. They don't have like the full rights to it or something like that. So he's kind of there, but everywhere, every time he shows up, because of the copyright issue, it's not technically canon. If that makes any sense.
Every future and setting and every type of destiny or fate is all foretold and also changeable. It is set in stone while also completely random. He knows what everything is going to happen and also that none of it's going to happen. You would ask Tzeentch a question. That question leads to 3 more questions. And those questions lead to the heat death of the universe, which asks 4 answers to those questions. And then he thinks to himself, what are questions even really? And are you even asking the questions, or are you simply giving paths to answers and other horseshit? Tzeentch is just
that is Tzeentch, yep.
Fuck with stuff. He is yes and he is no. He is the understanding and he is complexity. He is unknowable. And that's what the God of Change is about. Very bizarre. And he likes birds a lot.
He does.
I don't know why.
He does like a lot of birds.
Next up, we got Papa Nurgle. Papa Nurgle, he loves you for who you are. Probably not. He will murder you just the same. But Papa Nurgle is about rot, pestilence, death, and decay. He is the end of everything. Him and Tzeentch do not like each other very much because where Tzeentch represents change and adjustment, Nurgle represents stagnation and death. He is all about miasma and pestilence and large bloat and pus and organs and people just being sedentary, sloth. He is the idea that everything will rot and decay and die. Nothing is certain besides decay and death.
Yep.
All of us will end up the same way and broken down through just sheer never-ending decomposition. So the joke that Nurgle always loves you is generally because of that, because we all end up the same. We all rot and we all die and wither. That's Nurgle, and he's got a general theme of course, pestilence and different kinds of diseases and sickness and things of that nature. That's generally Nurgle. He's pretty easy to understand as well, and he chonk. Finally,
he is a
we
chonk.
have the youngest of the Chaos Gods, and that is Slaanesh, also known as the Prince of Pleasure or the God of Unspeakable Excess. Slaanesh is generally referred to with sex, but it's not only sex. It's just that's a good avenue if you want to make stuff.
It's a really
Slaanesh
good
is
avenue.
Just the idea of the senses of the body.
God of censor bars.
Yep.
Yep.
To not just 11, but more like 17. So we'll discuss Slaanesh a little bit more when we talk about the Eldar because they done fucked up, but it or whatever is mainly about just the excess of emotions.
Yep.
And therefore sex is generally a large part of it. However, it's mostly pain. and torture. Lots of pain, torture, but sometimes sexually related or drug related. Lots of drugs.
A lot of drugs.
Slaanesh gets off on everything. Extremes in happiness, extremes in sadness, extremes in pain and sadism and masochism. And of course that goes along with the sex part of it as well. It's generally referred to with sex because of the color scheme, very purple, lots of exposed genitalia. A lot of their models have like exposed nipples and stuff. And that is generally the theme you go for from a physical side, but it really embodies everything, mainly pain and also the excessive amounts of emotion. So when it comes down to it, you'll find a lot of them have things like spikes or whips or any kind of BDSM style gear because it is unspeakable excess, the prince of pleasure, everything in excess to the point where it is just sheer frightening. That is Slaanesh in a nutshell. A little bit bizarre and a little hard to describe sometimes, but as we talk more about the Dark Eldar later in this video, you'll understand it far, far better.
Remember when I played Baldur's Gate 3, right? And Adam had sex with the incubus, who wasn't an incubus. He was actually like kind of a succubus, but he wasn't really a succubus, but she wasn't really a succubus. It was actually kind of a cubus, which wasn't either or, but could be both or one. Same kind of thing with Slaanesh.
And far more than you'd want to. Now you might be thinking, why would anyone ever want to join Chaos? They all look horrifying, screwed up, and just frightening things, right? Well, the thing is that, of course, one, your mind is put into the warp and the Immaterium, so you can be easily swayed by chaos demons when they get into your head, especially if you're a psyker. Sometimes regiments of the less mentally strong people, whether they be civilians or, say, low-level guardsmen or conscripts, can be easily swayed by this and become chaos cold.
I hate two things: when my sexual partners continually alter their corporeal form, thereby confusing my sexuality retroactively, and raisins. Fair.
And stuff, and they serve their dark gods and whatever god they personally refer. However, and this might seem strange, chaos in their own right isn't necessarily evil. See, the
That's
warp
true.
is every manifestation of emotion and being, every soul, everything of existence. This includes all the good things. All the different chaos gods have another side to their coin. Khorne might be death, murder, slaughter, slaughter, but he's also got this weird sense of survival of the fittest, trial by combat, and honor. Khorne will never lie to you. Khorne will never stab you in the back. Khorne isn't about conniving and scheming. Khorne is about straight up mano-y-mano, you versus me.
Well, okay, but see, here's the thing. This is something that typically, and this is something I really, really like about Warhammer 40k. Typically, there is a theme that I think I've only ever seen once before previous to Warhammer 40k, and that's in 1979's Alien. Okay. Alien is talking about, well, I should say Alien, Aliens, and Alien 3. The rest, not so much because they kind of lost the point. But Alien is talking about humanity and the worst aspects of humanity. Because what's worse, the monster who does exactly what a monster is going to do by its nature, or the people who are trying to control the monster to their own end, to the point where humanity is at an all-time fucking low. That's where Warhammer 40k comes in. And I think that's where that's one reason why the Immaterium and why the Chaos Gods are so popular, is because, although, yes, Khorne is the god of blood, he's the god of war, and like all this other shit, right? He's incredibly honest. He's never, ever, ever going to lie to you. Ever. Right? If he tells you, if you ask him, hey, Khorne, listen, we got this really, really big battle coming up, like we kind of gotta, like, we're going to invade Terra. How do you think it's gonna go? Khorne's gonna turn around and go, you're probably fucked. Right? Like, I'm not gonna lie to you. Your chances of survival are actually pretty fucking slim. We're gonna be throwing billions at Terra, right? You're like 1/100,000th of a percent of actually living. So your chances suck, but it's going to be a lot of fun, right? That's where you have that kind of duality. So is it that the Chaos Gods are evil, or is it that the Imperium are evil because literally they're subjugating their own people to be forced to combat things like the Chaos Gods and all these different Xenos, whether they be peaceful or not, right? And if they're not fighting all these external factors like the Immaterium, like Chaos, like the Heretics, like the Xenos, they're killing each other. So what exactly is worse here, right? That's what I really one thing I really appreciate about 40K.
In the ring, we're gonna murder each other hard right now. It may not be a good thing at the end of the day, but it is that other side of the coin. Him and Zeech generally don't get along because Zeech is that conniving schemer, but he's also about the idea of hope.
He's also got a mouth where his dick should be, just saying.
Where there is change for your predicament. There is change for your problem. The hope of the galaxy, the ability to bend the world to your will, the idea that your fate is not set in stone, but in reality that you control your own destiny and can control it whenever you want.
So does my
Changer
stepmom.
of ways. That is Zeech. And of course, Zeech and Nurgle hate each other because while Nurgle does represent stagnation, death, and decay, he also represents finality. An ending. The fact that you can be mentally at peace knowing that you will end and how you will end. Fear of the unknown, fear of change is not present with Nurgle. With Nurgle, everything will rot and die, and that provides that finality, that ability that this is over. We are all the same, and we will all end the same. We know the meaning of life. The meaning of life is to live and die and rot. And with that, it brings peace of mind.
Hence, Papa Nurgle loves you for who you are.
Slaanesh is a lot more simple. While they are the excess of emotion, they are also the representation of emotion. Slaanesh embodies happiness. Slaanesh embodies excitement and joy and pleasure, not only in the sense of the physical, bam style of pleasure, but also everything else like food and drink and air on your cheek and sunlight, the feeling, emotion and feeling. All of that is also represented with Slaanesh. So you have to ask, why are they always represented as super
I'm liking this Bricky guy. Me too. I really like his stuff.
evil skulls and spikes on everything and want to murder everybody? I don't really got an answer for you on that one. My assumption is that because mentally humans may think worse thoughts, even if we don't act on them, and therefore they're projected in the warp more. That one's a little bit weird. I don't know. This is me spitballing right now, but I don't know. You need a super bad guy. You already got the Imperium of Man. You need somebody to be a little bit worse than them.
True.
So you got demons. Honestly, who cares? I just want to buy like a bird magician. Look at him. So cool. So combining all this together, on the tabletop, Chaos Demons are generally very melee-based. They run in, go really hard. You have lots of summoning and conjuring, tons of spells. Generally a little bit frail, but they have special saves to make them a little bit stronger. You've got giant demons and smaller demons. You got hordes of little boys and tons of big guys. Demons are as they seem. Demons. Nurgle is slow.
Yep.
Khorne is super scary in melee. You've got Zeech, who are far more into psychers and spellcasting, and then Slaanesh, who is all melee, really fast but squishy, but in lots of hordes of tons of melee and pain damage, of course. So overall, the demons are a huge part of 40K and a massive threat to almost every single faction, with the exception of a couple. However, the big part about demons is also transferred into the other 9 Primarchs we didn't talk about, which are the Chaos Space Marines.
Here we go.
So Horus and all of his boys, all of them in the Primarchs, they have all also become Chaos Boys, and they all have their own special Chaos Legions, specializing in so many different things, just like the Adeptus Astartes, the Angels of Death, the regular Space Marines. Chaos Space Marines aren't a whole lot different than the regular Space Marines. They have the same armor, generally the same training and toughness. They just specialize in different kinds of things. And also a lot of the Primarchs have ascended into greater is it greater demons? They're
Yes.
demon Primarchs at this point. Gigantic, horrifying man-demon hybrids that are pretty awesome, if I'm going to be honest. They look really, really cool.
They do.
But them and their associated legions that they are a part of are all kind of going out there and causing a large ruckus for everyone else. Considering the raw strength and firepower of a legion of Space Marines, imagine that entire legion just converting to chaos and immediately fighting you. It's generally pretty horrifying.
And here's the really cool thing, right? So with the exception of the Grey Knights, right, who, unless they're out on a mission, perpetually live basically time-locked away from everybody else because the reason nobody can get to their citadel is because it's on, I believe it's Titan. I believe it's the moon Titan that has been locked into time, and it's just, for the most part, not even there anymore, right? Because it's frozen in time. So, like the Chaos Space Marines, the Chaos Space Marines could literally, they're in the warp, but because they're in the warp and the immaterium, it could be a year, it could be 10,000 years, it could be 1,000,000 years into the future, and they've literally been training and they've been scheming and everything else for that long. So let's say for Cadia, let's say it's been, Titan sometimes exists, sometimes it doesn't. So very 40K, yeah. So let's say, for the sake of argument, right, we have Cadia. Everybody who loves 40K knows about Cadia, right? Cadia is constantly under attack and this, that, and the other thing. During the 13th Black Crusade, right, when Abaddon comes out, he's got his fucking fortress and everything else. It's entirely possible that the time spent planning the 13th Black Crusade, from the time of the 12th Black Crusade being a failure, for Abaddon and the demons and the Chaos Space Marines, it could have been 1,000,000 years because of the way the time works in the Immaterium. Whereas for Cadia and the Space Marines and the Ecclesiarchy and the Sisters of Battle and everybody else, it could have been a couple decades. So these guys automatically come out even more powerful, typically speaking, than what the general Imperial forces will have. It's just that these guys are very, 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 comparatively speaking, low in number. Chaos Space Marines are, because it's really hard to, like, get new recruits for Chaos Space Marines. They only have, like, a certain number, and then generally speaking, every time they get killed, that number gets smaller. But they're stupid fucking strong. They're absolutely stupid fucking strong, because they could have had 10 years, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, 1,000,000 years to plan this. And by the time they come out of the Immaterium, they're that much wiser and that much stronger. And for Cadia, it's been like, maybe 2.5 weeks.
There's a lot of them, so I gotta write them down. But you've got the Emperor's Children with Primarch Fulgrim, loyal to Slaanesh. These people
Also have some of the coolest vehicles. Demon Tank. Yeah, they do. They really have some awesome stuff.
They are some messed up people. They're just sensory overload, tons of drugs, tons of torture. And I think Fulgrim is a demon Primarch right now. And
Demon
God,
Prince.
I am terrified to see what that man looks like.
Yeah, he's the Demon Prince, and he's the Demon Prince of Slaanesh. The god, the demon god, or I should say the chaos god of sensor bars.
At least on the tabletop, because Emperor's Children are not good people. You've
No.
got the Iron Warriors, which are kind of like opposite of the Imperial Fists, with Primarch Perturabo, I believe is his name. They're Chaos
Pete
Undivided,
Turbo,
it's kind of
goddammit.
chaos in a general aspect instead of choosing one of the four. But the Iron Warriors are big on the siege and fortification, and they're basically entirely against the Imperial Fists and a major rival. Perturabo, I believe, is also still alive, and I'm also very interested to see what he looks like, because Demon Primarchs are badass. You've got the Night Lord.
Pete Turbo makes me
Primarch
snort
Conrad
laugh.
Kurz.
I love Pete Turbo.
Conrad Kurz is dead, which is good because he's a sick fuck.
Yeah,
But
he
the
is.
Night Lords are generally about terrorizing people and terrorism. They're generally about fear and Rightly so. You've got the World Eaters with Primarch Angron still alive. Also excited to see.
Still very angry.
If you think you've known an angry person, Angron is the angriest son of a bitch you will ever know.
Yep.
Angron removed parts of his brain that didn't make him angry, so he could be angrier. Angron.
Yes.
Mad. You've got the Death Guard with Primarch Mortarion. They actually have their own special codex and their own major army on the tabletop. Mortarion himself is actually one of the models, and look at him. Look at him.
The distilled rage of everyone who fought Capra Demon in Dark Souls 1. Absolutely.
So cool looking. Of course, Nurgle based, obviously. So very slow, but very tanky. You've got the Word Bearers with Primarch Lorgar. Lorgar is, I believe, still alive. I don't know what's up with him at the current moment, but the Word Bearers are generally the people who caused all the major problems in the beginning. At least I blame them for it. They're little assholes. You got the Black
They are
Legion
assholes.
with Primarch Horus. Get fucked, nerd. You've got the Alpha Legion with Primarch Alfarius Omegon. Chaos, I think.
Chaos, maybe. I always love Alpha Legion because you never hear anything about them, but everybody's like, okay, well, are they Chaos or are they Loyalist? And everybody's like, yes? Question mark?
And then finally, you've got the Thousand Sons with Primarch Magnus the Nerd. The Thousand Sons also have their own book, just like the Death Guard. Magnus is also a tabletop model. He looks super cool, as you can tell, and they're all super heavily Psyker and kind of Egyptian themed. They look pretty neat. But overall, with all of these Chaos Space Marine factions, you can play as a lot of different ones, but the main ones that you can really work at are standard Space Marines, Chaos Space Marines, as well as the Death Guard and Thousand Sons, as they are the most fleshed out, especially on the tabletop at least.
Also, not to mention, I've been to a lot of hobby shops in my time, and my first interaction with Warhammer 40K was going into a hobby shop and seeing a bunch of guys playing this, and I had no idea what it was, and I asked them, and they're like, oh, well, we're playing Warhammer 40K. And I said, what's that? And they go, oh, bro, there's an entire section over there of shit. Like, let's just say it's sci-fi miniature warfare. And I go, oh, okay. Well, this looks kind of cool, right? I don't even remember what they were playing. But that was my first introduction into Warhammer 40K, and then my buddy Adam is, like, huge into fucking Warhammer 40K. And I learned a lot from him and got really heavily invested in the lore and, like, everything else. But in all the times I've been into a hobby shop and I've seen people playing Warhammer 40K, I honestly don't think I've ever seen anybody play Alpha Legion. Oh god, what did I do? There we go.
Least. See this right here? This is a really good way to describe the Chaos Space Marines. What the thick-headed fools with their broken corpse of an emperor fail to understand is that not only can they never defeat us, but they cannot hide or flee or shield themselves from the triumph of chaos. They are finite and we are unbound, undivided. They must not err, or they shall fall to heresy. All who fall join our cause. Every imperial fool who dares to open his eyes is a willing recruit. They strive merely to hold back our fury and might, and it consumes them. Thus, you can see chaos is inevitable. We lurk not only beyond their grasp and at their gates, we lurk within the darkness of their souls.
I haven't either, and I've been in the geek circles a long time. Yeah.
Dreams. We are them, but freed from the shackles of ignorance. We are them, grown strong, evolved. We are them, but so much more. As hardcore as that quote is, the saddest part is they're mostly right. Chaos is basically unkillable. You could probably get rid of Space Marines, a decent amount, the Chaos Space Marines that is, but every soul that dies goes to the warp. Every Chaos soul will end up back in the warp. And depending on how hard you killed them, they will come back at some point. Every demon you banish will return at some point. Chaos is unstoppable. The warp is unending. And while maybe there is at some point some way to stop them somehow, the resources to do so, the requirements to do so, are so far beyond the reaches of man and the other races at the current moment, that really it's just an unstoppable force that just keeps on coming and is just barely being slowed.
Yep.
Chaos is by far the biggest threat. They are without number, their legions are everywhere, and yeah, they're pretty scary.
This is the theory on Alpha Legion. They know that Chaos will only die when humanity does. Maybe, but I feel like there's more to it than that, especially when he gets into the orcs. You might understand why. Because there's an anecdote about the orcs as well that would also lead to that theory that I think is actually pretty poignant. But it's a decent theory, but yeah, I'll hold off on that until we get to the orcs. It's like Tourette. I mean, that's totally fair. That's totally fair.
So, I promise, we're done with humans now. Let's talk about some Xenos. So let's talk about the Eldar, or also known as the Eldari, which are a super hyper-specialized and very technologically advanced race of, well, elf people.
True.
They were, as well, responsible for the creation of Slaanesh,
Yep.
the newest demon god. How they do that? Debauchery on a world-ending scale.
Yep.
So back in the day, it was just Khorne, Tzeentch, and Nurgle. And the Eldar are very, very ancient, millions of years. These Eldar, however, have a bit of a sensory problem. You know, every kind of pain or feeling that you have is a little bit amplified compared to the normal. However, with Eldar, as their race advanced so excessively, and they became so self-reliant, and everything became so easy, there was no requirement for food production anymore, there was no shortages, everything was basically done.
Only in
Everyone was
40K
so
could an evil god be shagged into existence. True.
comfortable. And that comfort breeded this weird sedation. And that sedation breeded the requirement for more and more debauchery.
Debauchery! Debauchery!
When everything you have can be so easily acquired, you will end up down this road of pure debauchery. All of the senses the Eldar had that were so powerful, things like feeling, happiness, sadness, and just evil and good, all needed to be satisfied and satiated. And the desire to satiate these senses grew more and more with worse and worse debauchery. It started off with things like sex and drugs.
The
It was
elf
so much
shoes.
more rampant because these are the first things you generally turn to when requirements for living are so easily accessible. It would get to the point that made Sander Cohen in BioShock look sane. All right, this is the kind of debauchery it led to. It was constantly satisfying and satiating these sexual and sadistic or masochistic fantasies that only elevated and elevated.
But you gotta admit, she's pretty hot. Like, I mean, come on.
And this was species wide. People started going down darker, more depraved, and more violent paths as time went on. However, some people
Sounds
didn't
like heresy.
take to that.
Nah.
Some of the Eldar were looking at this depraved species that they had become and said, no thanks for me, dog, I'm good. And they bailed. These are the Craft World Eldar. They left on these giant continent-sized starships called Craft Worlds. They believed in learning the old ways of the Eldar and pushing away from this depravity and debauchery and going back to their main roots. And so they would segment themselves on these giant craft worlds far in the outer reaches of space. They even had this thing called the Webway. Remember what we mentioned about warp travel with the Imperium? Well, the Eldar had something way safer called the Webway. And the Eldar Webway is actually like a pocket dimension kind of thing. And in that pocket dimension, there were also more horrible, depraved groups and clans that would spend their time in there.
Yeah.
And if you imagine the debauchery was bad already, these were debauchery X10. So all of this continued, and it bloated until Slaanesh just burst forth. All that emotion, all that mental, thought processes, I suppose, all of this in such a condensed space. Don't forget, this is all being shot, all their souls as well, into the warp. all this depravity right into the warp. So what happened? Boom. Slanesh was birthed and killed off 90% of the entire Eldar population. Untold trillions had their souls ripped from their bodies and their actual fleshy bodies devoured by Slanesh demons.
Yep.
The entirety of the Eldar race was eaten alive and their souls consumed to the Prince of Pleasure. All of them got fucked up. It was so bad that it literally ripped a warp hole into the fabric of the Materium called the Eye of Terror. That's literally this like quasi horrifying gateway portal from the Materium and the Immaterium right next to Cadia. And it is horrifying. So this Slanesh, also known as She Who Thirsts by the Eldar, slaughtered...
Wait, what did that say? Hang on.
She Who...
Horny on main? I mean... Yeah.
Who Thirsts by the Eldar slaughtered the entire population except for a couple. Those in the craft worlds were actually not affected by this as they were so far in the reaches of the galaxy. That crazy crack, that birth of Slanesh, only affected the ones in the center. So these craft world Eldar were able to escape, but Slanesh got their sights on them. Every time an Eldar will die, their soul doesn't just pass into the warp naturally. It goes straight to Slanesh, craft world or not. What about those people in the webway? Well, imagine that giant birth happening, but they were only able to just barely get a grasp onto you. Slanesh was just barely able to hold on. These people are the Dark Eldar, also known as the Drukhari. The Eldar population right now is so massively small. It is minuscule compared to any of the other most of the other populations in...
Also, just an FYI for everybody here who is a 40K fan, Magnus did everything wrong.
The universe.
Just saying.
The Eldar are consistently having issues trying to get their population up because as their souls are constantly being hungered by from Slanesh, they realize their entire species is doomed. And they understand it very well. Since the time of the fall, our race has been haunted by what we, in our reckless pursuit of hedonistic indulgence, gave birth to. Though our dreams once overturned worlds and quenched suns, we are now but fitful shadows clinging to the edge of existence. All the stars in the sky cannot blot out the hateful glare of the red moon's eye. The birthing place of the great enemy pulses with all the malice of a demon that is dreaming, casting its shadow over all we have ever done and all we ever shall. Every twisted strand of fate and casting of the runes leads me to this time, to this place, and it is clear that the final battle awaits me at the ancient Crone worlds, a conflict the likes of which has not been seen since the Monkai warred amongst themselves and their corpse of a seer fell to his traitorous son. Is coming, and all my steps lead towards it, no matter that I walk other paths. I see the stars stained red with the blood of the Monkai, and though their wars do not concern me, I would gladly let them destroy one another. I know that to avoid this fight is to condemn my race to inevitable doom, and though all I see is darkness, I know that I will not flinch from my destiny. And now let's talk about cute plastic models.
Bro, I'm straight up not having a good time.
The first playable race we have for the Eldar.
If Magnus hadn't flopped his giant red wang out into the Imperial Webway, we'd be good. Yeah, but Magnus is kind of a dick. Like, I mean, it's bad enough, right? That, like, he was into sorcery and shit, and, you know, like, he was one of those people who was like, oh, well, I mean, you know, it's kind of cool, right? I can do magic tricks. Look, I mean, name your card, right? But fucking, then he goes into, like, some really fucked up shit where it's like, oh, hey, look, I made a Space Marine, but it's not actually human. It's just the fizz that you get in a soda inside the battle armor. And then everybody was like, but that would make them not human. And he's like, no, they're human. They're just human fizz. There's like, no, that makes them not human. And then he knew about the Emperor's Webway shit. And he's like, you know what, maybe I should try and do some Webway. Like, that'd be cool as fuck. Maybe I could help Dad. Meanwhile, dear old Dad's been like, son, you need to stop fucking around. And he's like, nah, it's fine, human fizz. And they're like, no, dude, I'm gonna spank you if you, like, fuck me on this, I swear to God. Nah, it's fine. And then he does. Yeah, it didn't. Magnus did everything wrong. That's just how it goes.
Are the Craft World Eldar and living in those Craft World starships I mentioned earlier. And each of them have their own kind of Craft World, almost like a Space Marine Legion. Each Craft World is in itself its own special kind of group. And the Eldar themselves are very fast and rely a lot on trickery. They are squishy, a bit weak, but they're very in tune as psychers. Tons of psychers across the entire Eldar population, and their weaponry and abilities are fast and extremely hard-hitting, but of course rather fragile. Understanding an Eldar's brain is an exercise in futility. They are all over the place in confusion and trickery on a whole galactic scale. They fight weird, they think weirder, and Eldar in their own right really rely on this to keep their species alive. They need to think about deception and the strangeness of what they do if they truly want to not be immediately murdered and slaughtered wholesale thanks to an entirely small population.
Yeah.
However, I must say that it seems like their population is getting slightly better. These craft worlds hold millions upon millions of people. And as they continually, reproduce and have their craft worlds expand, losing a few people in battle, while hurts a lot, they aren't really losing what's extremely precious to them. It's not like every single death means the death of their species. It seems like they're kind of on the upturn a little bit. They're still a doomed race being sucked into Slaanesh every time someone dies, but they are definitely doing a little bit better than they were before. Eldar are fast, cunning, and what they don't make up for in tankiness, they make up for in extremely advanced weaponry. They also call humans Monkai, which is something I mentioned earlier. That is a derogatory slur for humans.
Well, I actually believed it's pronounced closer to monkey, which makes sense.
In the Warhammer world. Why is it called Monkai? Well, it's because you can't, in your game, call people monkeys. On the tabletop, exactly what I said. Not very tanky, generally pretty squishy, hit like trucks, and move at Mach 5. Fast, hit hard, die fast. Exactly how it sounds. They've been good for a very long time, too. We bring only death and leave
it's Monkey.
only carry-on.
Yeah.
It is a message even a human can understand. Eldar. So, Drukhari. Let's talk about the Dark Eldar.
On today's episode of How Fucked Up is Fucked Up. That's fucked up.
So, those people I mentioned
On today's episode of How Fucked Up is Fucked Up, that's fucked up. I like it.
Webway, in the super deranged cults and the depraved people of the Eldar. In the Webway, they didn't quite get a hold onto them. Slaanesh has them, but it has them on by the pinky finger. And they're slowly being consumed by Slaanesh, but they found out they can stave her off by doing Slaanesh things.
Nice.
The Dark Eldar are by far the worst, most horrifying, disgusting, depraved, and brutal race in all of Warhammer 40k. These are entirely a group of people whose full purpose to save their species from extinction
is to
go into
fuck
planets, raid them, and take as many slaves as they possibly can to torture them for 1, 5, 10, 20, a million years.
And then
because
fuck
that
them.
torture will keep them from dying. They look very BDSM style too. They definitely have a lot more spiky bits and they have a lot more of that kind of leathery black look to them. But let's say you are an upstanding Imperial citizen,
Okay.
living life on a regular planet.
Right.
You get invaded by the Necrons.
Okay.
The Necrons will shoot you with a deatomizer, and you will be destroyed in a millisecond, and that's it.
You're vaporized.
Not the worst way to go.
No.
You are invaded by Chaos Marines or something. You take a bolter shot to the head or a chain sword across your stomach, and you get cut in half. Painful, but not the worst.
True.
The orcs arrive. They beat you to death. Hurts, but, whatever. Tyranids, they eat you alive.
Yeah.
Pretty rough.
Mm-hmm.
The Dark Eldar. The Dark Eldar. This is going to get a little graphic. I apologize. You pray you die. You don't. You are instead taken as a human slave. Your life will be endless work and agony, 24/7. They will make sure you can't not die, as your pain satisfies them. They will hook you up to all manner of torture devices. They will inject pain-based stimuli drugs directly into your nervous system. They will slowly run razor blades across your skin. They will fillet you and just pull out your teeth and your fingernails one by one. They will remove your appendages and your skin and wait for it to grow back so they can do it again. They will murder and torture and use the R word, it rhymes with grape, your entire family in front of you, and do the exact same thing to them. You yourself will also be rhymed with grape anywhere and everywhere possible, and this will occur for 20 years until you are no longer satisfying to them. And then you will be contorted, crushed, and twisted into some form of trophy, a fleshy trophy, or a ring, or a couch, or a TV stand, or perhaps a wonderful hat, while you are, of course, still alive and breathing, and you will become a moaning, fleshy trophy for eternity. And that is what happens when you are taken by the Dark Eldar. They are the most depraved, most horrifying race in all of 40K.
Yeah.
They look the part, and they do it so they all don't die. They are literally forced to do this, because if they don't, Slaanesh's grip will get harder, and they will have their souls pulled away. So long as they keep doing this, Slaanesh is like, "You're doing good, man. You're doing solid. You keep that shit up, you elf-eared bastards." That's the Dark Eldar. That's the Drukhari.
Yep.
They are horrible. On the tabletop, they're actually kind of like Eldar, but more extreme. They are even squishier than the Eldar, but they hit generally even harder. Fast attacks, skirmishers, really quick, speedy, get around them, do a lot of damage, get away kind of stuff. That's most of the Dark Eldar. Look up the definition of grim dark in a dictionary. You'll find a picture of the Dark Eldar and Sev from Public Commando.
Well, yeah.
From Mr. Vecht. "We are the lords of despair, masters of terror. Dread and agony are our meat and wine, and they are plentiful indeed." Dark Eldar. Let's talk about the Harlequins. Clowns.
What's the matter, Andy? Don't you want to have some fun?
The Harlequins are a bizarre race of Eldar.
Yeah, they
They're
are.
demonic clown performers. They're like a weird mix of Sander Cohen from BioShock.
All other factions you die. Dark Eldar, you become a human Rubik's Cube. Mm-hmm. True.
And Jin from League of Legends, but in a more clown theme. They're artists of death and perfecters of their craft. They do not belong to Craft Worlds or any of the weird Drukhari people. They guard something called the Black Library, which is this giant tome of never-ending knowledge deep in the heart of the Eldar webway, and also guarded by their god named Kegorok, I believe is how you pronounce his name. He is the laughing god, but it's the Eldar's laughing god? And these are the Harlequins, the Harlequin clowns. These are Eldar clowns, okay? So imagine the things that an Eldar, these depraved individuals, would find funny.
Yeah.
And this is the god of that.
Yeah.
It's a horror clown. These are gods of horror for us normal people. For them, they're like, "Oh, it's so funny. They're all dying horribly. Honk, honk." They're very bizarre and difficult to describe. They've escaped the ruinous powers of Slaanesh somehow, but their main thing is guarding that Black Library. And the Harlequins they're demon clown performers. They're barely any models on the tabletop. And
Yeah.
They're good in melee. They're demon clowns. I'm not sure. I got a quote. "It is too easy for an Eldar to embrace the obscene virtues of chaos, for Slaanesh is nothing more than a manifestation of the Eldar mind in its most wild and unconstrained form. Human morality is meaningless to the Eldar, and to the dark side of the Eldar mind, all life is to be expended at a whim. Cruelty and generosity are but the impulse of a moment. Beauty and sensuality are virtues that can be expressed in bloodshed just as easily as in song. To an unfettered Eldar mind, there is neither sanity nor madness, but merely a wave of perfect existence fulfilled by its own savage momentum. They're very strange. The Harlequins, Drukhari, Eldar, they are an anomaly that make humans seem completely easy to understand in comparison. They range from rekindling their civilization to horrifying murder and also clowns. They're all over the place.
Also clowns,
but honestly, they represent quite well and are rather interesting, especially with the whole Slanesh murdering everyone bit. So, yeah, Eldar. Now, bugs.
Mom, they following me, Mom. They following me.
Who following you?
The bugs.
The bug.
The Tyranids. Now, you want to talk something a lot more fun, a little more simple than all this crazy Eldar shenanigans? Let's talk the Tyranids. They're bugs. Do they look like Zerg? Hell yeah, they look like Zerg. You want to know why they look like Zerg? Because they were actually supposed to be what Zerg were.
Yes.
Apparently StarCraft was supposed to be a 40k game in the beginning.
Yep.
Hence why they look so much like Eldar, Zerg,
Yep.
and
Yep.
the Imperium of Man.
Yep.
Like, kind of Space Marine-y, those Marines, huh?
Yeah, a
Look
little bit.
Space Marine-y to me.
Little bit, little
Maybe.
bit.
I don't know. You really fucked up on that one, Games Workshop, didn't ya? Tyranids are a giant infestation of unfathomable proportions. These are giant, extremely bio-advanced hive mind organisms that are basically all about absorbing as much biomass as they possibly can to evolve and mutate to be extremely potent and powerful and kill and eat anything in their path. They are probably the least evil faction in all of 40k because all they want to do is eat shit. They want to nom nom the entire galaxy. They hangry and we food. Also, this Tyranid hive mind has a presence in the warp. In fact, Tyranids in their own right have a massive presence in the warp. They have a thing called the shadow in the warp specifically, where when they are coming in to invade a planet, they have this weird ability to kind of cut off the warp on all the psychers on that planet. And how do you get help across the stars? Well, you need the warp because you need that for interstellar travel. So with people unable to call for help from the Tyranids, these are just easy pickings. And an entire giant Tyranid hive fleet comes out of orbit and just will massacre, absorbing all that biomass and turning them and all of their other Tyranids into even more advanced monsters. They come in so many varieties too, all based on what is important. Tiny little ripper swarms for scouting and having little dudes eat people up, to the
Adam the
Harmagons,
Inquisitor. Oh
Termagants,
shit.
Gene Stealers, all the way to the Hive Guard.
Oh my
the
God.
And the Swarm Lord.
I
to
love it.
Hive Tyrants and their giant battle fleets, and even something as crazy as
Holy
the Hierophant
fuck.
Bio-Titan. The Tyranids come in all
Oh my
forms,
God.
depending on what they require. They are
I love it
extremely
so
good
much.
at anti-biological weaponry. There is no way you can plague them or blight them. They have extremely strong armor, carapaces and such. Tyranids are nigh perfect organisms and are pretty spooky when it comes down to how they handle all of their genetic material. Keep feeding them, they'll keep evolving. They keep on creating new horrifying organisms to spread across the galaxy. And you want to know what the most terrifying part of the Tyranids is? We might be surrounded. There have been around 6 or 7 Tyranid hive fleets. Behemoth, Kronos, all these different kinds of hive fleets. And they've all arrived in the galaxy from different points. Different sections of the Milky Way galaxy have had different Tyranids come through. And that is horrifying. Because as far as we know, we could just be surrounded.
The rest of the galaxy has already been eaten.
By Tyranids. The only reason you may not hear a whole lot about Tyranids is because it's a little bit hard to have a bunch of story off of one hive mind genocidal
Even other,
monsters.
yeah.
All these giant bugs swarming in, killing and eating everybody and evolving. I mean, as cool as there are, there's some cool characters, the Swarm Lord, Old One Eye. You can't really have a whole bunch of major character-based stories around them. As
That's
awesome
true.
as they are, they're simple. They want to eat you. They want to eat you and absorb your biomass. They are
It's like the xenomorph, basically. That's essentially what it is. It's the xenomorph.
simple, bugs. If you want something a little more complex, talk gene stealer cults.
I can have all the pot I want, I get around faster than walking, and wherever I need a seat, I can just sit on my balls.
Gene stealer cults are a special brand of Tyranid that can slowly infect themselves into different kinds of society. And by infecting them, they can rise up to where they
Only
all
Fell was
pray
insane
and
hunger. Yep.
believe in these regular humans, pray and believe into their Tyranid hive mind gods. And these brood lords, and I think they're called patriarchs, all can turn an entire world all based into gene stealers. And
Yep.
these are called gene stealer cults. An entire hive world of the Imperium can be turned into nothing but servants of the Tyranid masters just by infecting them and screwing with their genetic code a little bit. They also have this cool like Mad Max look, which is really neat. They are definitely one of the bigger threats to the Imperium besides Chaos. I keep saying biggest threat to the Imperium. They're up there though, because you, dingus, stepped on a bug in middle school. Asshole. There is a cancer eating at the Imperium. With each decade, it advances deeper, leaving drained, dead worlds in its wake. This horror, this abomination, has thought and purpose that functions on an unimaginable galactic scale. And all we can do is to try to stop the swarm
Apparently
of
once- oops, hang
bioengineered
on.
monsters it unleashes upon us.
Apparently, one Space Marine chapter was enough of a nuisance to the Tyranids that the hive mind learned a new feeling, vindictiveness. Yeah, Space Marines kind of have that. They kind of, yeah, they kind of do that. Yeah. I mean, to be fair, you don't want to fuck with Space Marines, but when you do and you lose, it's kind of like Dr. Claw from Inspector Gadget, right? I'll get you next time, Gadget. It's kind of one of those deals. That's basically how it works.
Us by instinct. We have given the horror a name to salvage our fears. We call it the Tyranid race. But if it is aware of us, it must know us as
Adjusting his
nothing
tactics to the
but
opponent
prey.
for
Tyranids.
efficiency to I want to hurt those ones especially. Oh, yeah.
But are they as cool as the orcs?
Every screen's gone red. That means I'm super fast.
True.
Orcs.
Orcs.
Love orcs. So, yes, the green monsters, the green tide, the green skins. These orcs, they are in fact a race in 40k. The orcs are as exactly what you expect them. They have archaic weapons, they're big boys, they have axes, and they have got big old teeth, and they want to kill everything, and there are so many of them. The only reason they haven't taken over the entire galaxy is they can't stop murdering each other. Orcs are so cool. Orcs don't have philosophy. Orcs don't have existential crisis. What matters is who's the biggest orc. You listen
True.
to that guy because he the biggest orc. He big orc knows best.
True.
You win through the power of imagination. Of all the races I have battled throughout the galaxy, the orc is the hardest to comprehend. They wage war with machines that should not work, care little for strategic gains, and are just as likely to slaughter each other as the enemy.
Yep.
How does one battle an enemy that defies all logic?
And the best part about orcs, one of the things that I absolutely just fucking love about orcs, because I did a little bit of research, and if I'm being honest, unfortunately, doing orc research is a hell of a lot less entertaining than you think it's going to be. A lot of it is just very bland, like the way that it's shown. Okay, it is, and it's not fun. Either way, one of the things that I absolutely love about orcs is an orc can make a gun, and it'll work for them. But it won't work for anybody else that is not an orc. Why? Because the way that orcs work is if you believe a thing will do a thing, it will do a thing. So they could literally have a stick in their hand and go, this is a boomstick. And if they believe it, the stick will make things go boom. But when anybody else picks it up, it's just a stick. So they can make something that looks like a gun, but there's literally no internals. It has no bullets. There's literally nothing in there that would actually make it a gun. But because they believe it is a gun, it's a gun. It's just that simple, right? The other thing that I absolutely love is that they're too dumb to realize that things don't work the way they should. Sometimes. I'll give you an example. There was a group of orcs that ended up on, I want to say it was a Necron ship. Okay. And essentially, the Necrons couldn't figure out, A, how they got on the ship, but B, more importantly, how they could survive on the ship. Because the ships are not pressurized. Necrons are dead, right? They are dead. They're just undead. So they don't need air. Hence, they don't actually need their ships to be pressurized. The orcs were so dumb that nobody ever thought this ship doesn't have any sort of pressurization. They just thought, oh, they're on a ship, they live on ship, therefore we live on ship too. And because of that, not only did they get on the ship, they also lived on the ship without any air. Which is the thing that orcs can do, because fuck you. That's... And when asked, one Necron went to the other and was like, are they alive? And they went, well, they have lungs. And they're breathing? And they're like, but there's no air. He's like, I know there's no air. Okay, so how are they alive? And they just went, yes. That's orcs, because fuck you.
As an orc, you're enjoying life. You're enjoying the life you're given. Your whole life and job and purpose is to get up and beat each other to death because you can. The biggest orc is the man who understands everything. He is the boss. And orcs have this really weird, like, big, dumb, stereotype British accent.
Yep.
Which is just hilarious to me. Those are orcs. You fight. You like to fight. Your whole purpose is to fight. You wage war because you want to wage war. You got your boss over there, and you better listen to the boss, because if you don't listen to the boss will squish you and make you an example for the other orcs. And then you can't fight because orc dead. And orc dead can't fight because orc dead. Orcs,
true.
They scrap together machines out of parts that don't make any sense, and because they believe, they have the mental imagination that that machine will run, it'll run. If that machine's out of gas, you're driving that machine with your fellow orcs, and the biggest orc is behind the wheel, and you run out of gas, some orc behind you is like, oh, Zog, we're out of gas. And the big orc is like, no, we're not. I filled the fucking gas tank up earlier. And all the other orcs are like, oh yeah, you did do that. And then you turn the fucking mech back on and it works again. Does it have gas? Probably not, but it works. The power of imagination. They paint things red because it makes them think they goes faster. They paint...
And they paint red. They paint things red because they think it makes them go faster. And because they think it makes them go faster, it actually does make them go faster.
Things purple because it's the sneakiest color. You want to know why? You ever seen a purple orc? Didn't fucking think so. Orcs are also like ancient as hell. They're back in the Eldari time frame. But back then they were called Krorks, and they were much larger and scarier and far more intelligent. Now they're just orcs, and they're big, dumb, and they smack things. But they're pretty spooky. They're not very well armored, but they hit really hard. And it's called the Green Tide because there are so many orcs.
Well, and the other thing, too, that he kind of like skimmed over a little bit is, yes, they are old. And I believe they were called like Krorgs or something like that initially. But these guys were fucking Giga Chads, right? They were made by the Space Frogs, who are like the old one. Krork, yeah, thank you. They were like fucking Giga Chad. Like, if you ever seen Giga Chad, just make the Giga Chad meme, just make him green. That's what they used to be. right? They used to be like fucking 18 feet tall and have the square jaw and, you know, nipples that could cut diamonds and like everything else, right? They were Giga Chads. And then when the old ones died, the genetic engineering started to break down, so they got dumber and they started to hunch over more, and they probably went from talking like this to, oh, looks like you can't hold this grog. They started talking like that. So the theory is that an orc will only be so big until something stops it, unless they're in battle, right? So every time an orc goes into battle, they get bigger, which is true. And the reason why they follow the biggest orc is specifically because it's also theorized that the bigger an orc gets, the smarter it gets, therefore the closer to Giga Chad status it gets. So because he's the smartest, even though they're all pretty dumb, he's the smartest one. So there is the possibility that maybe subconsciously he knows that, yeah, the car's out of gas, but he's smart enough to sit there and go, oh, boys, I filled it up with petrol this morning. And everybody's like, oh, yeah, that's right. And then the car just keeps going because he's at least maybe somewhat aware that so long as they believe a thing is going to work, it's going to work. Yeah. Basically, the orcs exist because fuck you. That's essentially what it is.
There are about as many orcs as there are Tyranids. Maybe more. Who knows? But they keep on, murdering each other, so it's not too bad of an issue. Orcs are entirely comic relief. Their stuff is slapped together. That makes no sense. Their vehicles don't work the way they're supposed to, but they work because they think it works, because they imagine that it works.
Yep.
Orcs care only about who is the biggest orc, and they will follow the biggest orc.
The thing I love about this background, by the way, is watch this background as it keeps panning through. That is literally lore accurate as to basically what's going on in the inside of an orc ship at all times.
And then if they want to be the biggest orc, they'll challenge the biggest orc. And then when they go and they issue a wa is just war in orc, they murder everybody and everything in this giant tide of green orcs who are just excited to be hitting something. They don't care that they're hitting Eldar or the Imperium or Tau or anyone in between. They're just so they get to beat shit up. That's orcs. And on the tabletop, they are a total coin flip, and they're really fun. I have never met a salty orc player. I have never met someone who plays orcs and is ever just a bad guy or that guy. Orc players have this kind of fun to them because when you play them, you are completely submitting yourself to RNG. So here's the thing. Guardsmen, Imperial Guardsmen, when they shoot, they roll a dice, and on a 4 up, they'll hit their target. They have a 50% chance.
Yep.
Space Marines, pretty good. They hit on a 3 or
up.
higher because
Yep.
they're well trained. Adeptus Custodians, they hit on 2s because
Which is insane.
Well Orcs, they hit on a 5 or higher. But if they roll a 6, they get to make another shot with anything, from the dinkiest pistol to the biggest rocket launcher. It doesn't matter. Half of their stuff will blow up on a whim. One of their medics, if you roll a 1 to heal someone, you fuck up your surgery and you just kill an orc. They're so wacky and silly. But the thing is if you roll well, you roll high, and you keep rolling high, you are going to crush people. And if you don't, you lose. I mean, that's what you get when you play orcs. That's what happens when you play orc. It's a coin flip.
It's true.
Which is why you can't be a salty bitch when you play orcs, because things won't go your way. It's just the roll of the dice. You're playing a dice game.
And it's the funny part is that it's lore accurate too, because it can always be argued that somebody didn't believe enough. Right? That's the best part. Exercise bike time while I watch this lore sounds good. But yeah, like it could just be somebody didn't believe enough. Right? One of your orcs doubted, will this actually work? And because of that, it didn't work and it fucking blew up in their face. Like, that's insanely lore accurate to what is actually going on, and I fucking love that.
But if you're going to have fun, and you want to be stupid, and you want to be silly, you're going to play some damn orcs. But on the opposite side of the fun part of this, let's talk about the Necrons.
Oh boy.
The Necrons are spooky, scary skeletons and very grimdark again. They have a much more fleshed out lore than before. Back in the day, they were just undead Egyptian space terminators, and they still look that way, but now they actually have a story. So way back in the day, you had the Necron tier. Kind of see a theme here: Eldari, Eldar, Krork, Orc, Necron, Necron tier. So the Necron tier were this race of generally kind of shitty people. Not because they were personally shitty, but because their lives were awful. They were ill-fated to a horrible existence of like radiation and a terrible planet they lived on, and everything just really sucked. Being a Necron tier was just really depressing. They really were looking for immortality. They were extremely reliant on the hope that they would eventually find the key to living forever and just stave off this horrible nature that they were thrust upon them, and therefore they could become the most dominant race in the galaxy. And they found this group. They're called the Old Ones. Imagine them kind of like the Forerunners in Halo or the Xel'Naga in StarCraft, right?
The space frogs.
Old Ones were these strong, pretty much omnipotent beings, and they, of course, knew the key to immortality. So the Necrons went to them and said, please, show us your ways. And the Old Ones said,
fuck you. Yeah.
Not really. They were a lot more humble about it, but they did not want to share their secret of immortality with the Necrons. The Necrons, of course, took this very well and waged war with them, kind of under this united banner. The Necron different dynasties didn't really like each other, but under this one man, the Silent King, he thought the best way to unite his race was to do this giant war with the Old Ones out of spite for them keeping the secret of immortality to them. This was known as the War in Heaven, and this is actually like a multi-stage war.
Yeah, it is.
During this War in Heaven, they discovered the Star Gods, a whole new race of people known as the Catan, or the Catan. These Star Gods were also very much like Old Ones, almost omnipotent beings, and they too had the key to immortality. And so the Necrons went to them and said, hey, can you help us fight off the Old Ones? Can you help us kill these Old Ones, you, the Catan? And the Catan said yes. And in fact, we can help provide you with the immortality you so desperately seek. So the Silent King of the Necrons decided to make a pact with the Catan to allow them to accept this generous gift of immortality upon them. But this, of course, had been a horrendous trap, and the Necrons were dragged in chains to this biotransference where their flesh was stripped from them, replaced with nothing but a metal hollow shell, as their souls were ripped from their body and fed to the Catan. And the Catan fattened up. They got chonk on the souls of the Necrons. And this was their plan all along. They consumed the flesh and souls of the Necron tier and turned them all into unwilling robotic slaves just to serve their will. And then, with their new-founded Necron army, they pointed their guns at the Old Ones, and the Catan continued their domination of the stars and their genocide, complete and full genocide of these Old Ones. The Old Ones did their best to stave it off. They even created other races, the Eldari and the Orcs, to try to fight off the horrifying Necron army and the Catan above them. But there was absolutely no possible chance for them. And the Old Ones were absolutely extinguished across the galaxy. Their entire race completely removed. Full-on 100% genocide. However, during all this, the Catan, so just infatuated with their victory, started fighting each other for fun, for sport, and for small differences. Doesn't matter. The Catan, with these overpowered people, they're going to eventually hit each other at some point. And as they began just menially fighting each other, the Eldari and the Orcs actually started pushing on the Catan's borders a little bit, giving them a little bit of a run for their money. And as this continued, this is when the Silent King, who retained his consciousness, decided to leap into action and start a full-scale revolt against their Catan masters. And this revolt was bloody, as the entire Necron army was surged off to destroy these star gods. They were able to, just after suffering horrendous losses, were able to turn the tide of the war. And they
Now, okay, remember back when I said that there was that Alpha Legion theory, right? That the Alpha Legion believes that chaos is only going to be defeated once humanity is defeated. I forgot to say this during the Orcs, but I can bring it up during the Necron thing because it still fits because of the old ones creating the Orcs and the Eldar and the Necrons and the War in Heaven and all this shit. Because the Orcs, because the way that the Orcs were designed, because we all know that the Orcs are essentially mushroom people, right? Because that's how they reproduce and everything like that. The Orcs also only believe that literally there is only war. So it's also because the way that orcs can manifest, right? Like a gun working when it's not actually a gun, or taking a stick and going, this is a boomstick, and it turns into a shotgun when it's quite literally just a fucking stick, or they can breathe in a zero atmosphere place because they're too dumb to realize that it is a zero atmosphere place. Because they believe that the only thing is war, there is also a theory that because they only believe there is war, they automatically, although this is true, they automatically also believe that all the other races out there are currently fighting each other anyway. So because all the other races are currently at war, they believe that there is literally nothing but war, and therefore have turned themselves into this massive warrior culture whose entire being is to just sit there and create more war. And because unless like the Imperium goes exterminatus on a planet, you can't get rid of orcs to begin with. So the orcs just keep coming back, and they it's more war and more war and more war, to where literally if they all believe it and they can all manifest that there is more war, then war is eternal, because they all thought war is eternal anyway. Maybe not to that high functioning, maybe not that high functioning, but they just go, no, literally all that there is war. So all that there is actually war, right? So I can totally see the Alpha Legion sitting there and going, oh, well, you know, I mean, chaos won't be defeated until humanity is. But is it that chaos won't be defeated until humanity is defeated? Or is it that the orcs themselves, because they're manifesting that there is only war, there will only ever be war, and it doesn't matter whether chaos or humanity is defeated, or both of them are defeated, or none of them are defeated, there will only be war. And since they know what chaos is, and they know what the Imperium is, they can actually just keep manifesting that there will be nothing but constant war. How insane is that?
They took these Catan and they blasted them, because as these star gods are unkillable, they were able to break them into thousands of shards and entrap them in giant stasis vaults to now actually be slaves to the Necrons. And with the Necrons having the entirety of their old gods enslaved to them, they realized that soon their race was about to be attacked by the overcoming new races, the Eldari and the Krorks. And so what they did is they retreated into giant stasis tombs in order to preserve their energy and their strength for when one day they would be reawakened and they would be able to rule the galaxy that was rightfully theirs. And then some dingus Adeptus Mechanicus guy diddled with a green console, and now the Necrons are back, and they see all these primitive races on their lawns, and they think, get the fuck off of it. The Necrons are back, super advanced, and they are here to reclaim the galaxy that they so rightfully believe is theirs. Now at tabletop, they're a lot like that. Tons of undead Egyptian skeleton robots that when they die, they just get right back up because they keep on reanimating. Hard to kill, tons of crazy stuff. You can use the Catan themselves as units to fight with. It's pretty cool. The Necrons are one of the 3 major events in 40k. The Horus Heresy, the Fall of the Eldar, and the Awakening of the Necrons are all pretty substantial events. And the Necrons themselves are pretty dang cool as well. Here's a good quote from a wonderful Dawn of War game.
Honestly, though, I think, me personally, I look at it as 4 major events. So you've got the Horus Heresy, you've got the War in Heaven, which would include the fall of the Old Ones and the fall of the Catan. And then you have the reemergence of the Necrons. And then you also have the birth of Slaanesh. That's how I look at it. Because the others, it's kind of like, well, it's always been, or, you know, whatever, right? Whereas those 4 things are... They kind of set the tone for literally everything else afterwards.
Lucky creatures, as long last you have found the tranquility of death. I was like you once, clinging to life and blind to the truth. When I uncovered the truth, I too shuddered and paled with fear. Deep in these catacombs, I was remade. Here, my brethren slumbered for eons while the living grew like weed. My Lord knew this day would come. He had plans for us all. We would purge this world once more. So come, poor victims of life. We will grant you tranquility in these crypts. Kronos will be a tomb world once more. Necrons are also pretty smug. Trazen the Infinite especially.
Mr. Steal Your Girl.
But speaking of dickheads, last race. Let's talk the Tau.
The fucking Tau.
The exact formation of the Tau Empire is not entirely understood. However, a long time ago, many thousands of years ago, in the 40k world that is, some Imperial navigation vessels were going around through different areas, and they saw a primitive race, blue people, smacking each other with sticks and stones. They thought, nah, dumb Xenos race, who gives a shit, and they bailed. Then this giant warp storm occurred right in that major area, unable to be breached. Then, once that warp storm 6,000 years later subsided, hello, those little sticks. Well, they decided to actually have no war of any kind and all just unite together under one flag of the Tau Empire. And now they have gigantic starships and Gundam robots and lasers and railguns and mechs, and they are here to ruin your day for the greater good. That's generally the Tau Empire. They have this kind of feeling of this homogenous group. All species can go underneath the banner of the greater good. The greater good is their idea of the fundamental increase and help of all. In fact, they are most likely the most like the Covenant in Halo, where they have the overarching prophets, being the ethereals, who are actually kind of dicks and like to pull at strings a little bit, but then you have all these different races directly underneath them, and they all work together in this big group as this large, foreboding race that tries to spread their weirdly pseudo-religious influence across the galaxy. The alien is not intrinsically evil. Do not hate him. Pity him, his ignorance. Seek to understand his differences and equate him with his inadequacies. Only then will he accept his place in the greater good. That is generally the Tau. And if you're kind of wondering like what their mainly big shtick is, well, they're all about big robots and mechs. They have laser rifles and rail guns. They got giant mechs with tons of missile pods and heavy rail rifles and rail guns and burst cannons and ion accelerators and void shields and all this stuff. And that is generally what the Tau's all about. But you're probably thinking, Bricky, this doesn't sound that evil.
No.
This doesn't sound very grim, dark Warhammer. And you'd be right. The Tau Empire really don't have that much of a horrifying, grim, dark style like everybody else. They're much more younger, new age thing. In fact, they're probably a lot less evil and a lot even better than they are now back in the day, because they liked having like that good guy faction. But a lot of us who really like the dark, depressing style of Warhammer didn't really like it that much. So see, the Tau get a lot of hate, and a lot of that hate isn't necessarily unjustified. It's mainly from a tabletop perspective, but as you can see from all the visuals I've shown you recently, they don't really fit in the 40K universe very well. They lack that super dark, dramatic, kind of high gothic level the Imperium has. They don't have the weird kind of like grungy stuff that Chaos or say the Orcs do. And the Necrons and the Eldar have their own specific style as well. The Tau really do look like something out of Gundam. And while it isn't necessarily a bad thing, it does definitely not fit too well. There's that. There's also the tabletop problem. In tabletop, Tau are horrible at melee combat, but exceptionally good at range combat. So they blast everyone from really, really far away, and they have a million rules to make it so that it's nearly impossible for you to get into melee combat. So it basically just forces you to bottleneck the game into one specific gameplay style.
The shooting phase.
Gun to gun. And if you're doing gun to gun, they're going to win every time, because they're the Tau, and the Tau are really damn good at shooting. So it's one of those things that make the Tau generally rather hated, and a lot of different reasons for that, both from style and such. But this is actually one of the things I wanted to end this video with, is that the Tau, while they have their issues, you should not be discouraged from playing them. I'll make plenty of Tau weeaboo jokes, of course I will, but it's all generally in good fun. Anyone who legitimately doesn't want you to play a faction is an idiot, and you shouldn't be giving them the time of day.
That's true.
You pick what you think is cool and what you like. In Warhammer, especially now, factions get better and they get worse. They grow and then they fall. You should only be playing what you think is cool. You like the look, you like the models. If you're talking tabletop, that is what you should be going for every time, is what you think is badass, because things change all the time. But the universe of Warhammer has so much going for it. Every faction has something interesting, every character has a story, and there's a million stories to be told. The universe is vast and exciting, and while it is dark, depressing, and horrible, that is the damn charm. Out of everything I've told you in these two videos, if anything you could take away is the reason why so many of us are so into this series and why we like it so much. Because with so much variety, such an expansive universe, and so much that can be done, you can find yourself having a pretty great time. Thank you so much for watching this video. I hope it has been informative to you. If you'd like to see more of me, Bricky, we have twitch.tv/Bricky for my streams.
No
you
shit.
have my merchandise site, in which I was wearing all of my merch, but underneath this, because I had to wear this so it wasn't black or white for the green screen, which is a little unfortunate, but it's fine.
It is unfortunate.
Merch is in the description. Also, if you'd like to support me on my Patreon page at patreon.com/Bricky for more videos like this, then that would also be wonderful. So Twitch, merch, Patreon, anything if you want to support, that would be fantastic. I'd appreciate it. If not, I'm just stoked you got all the way to the end of the video, and that is enough for me. So I'm going to be having some more content like this out in the future. Thank you so much for sticking around this long and being with me through this pretty rough time. That's, I think, all I got. Also, before I go, let me leave you with my favorite Warhammer quote.
Okay.
He who scoffs at the power of the las gun has never ran through a field of 1,000 of them.
Fair.
Bye-bye.
Totally fair, actually. Here, guys. Go. I'm going to link this. Go like it at the very least. If you like his stuff, go subscribe to his channel. I really like Bricky. I think he did a fantastic job. I think he did an absolutely fantastic job. And yeah, at the very least, if you like his stuff, he does a lot of League stuff as well. But he's also a big 40K guy. Please go support him. He does have over 1 million subscribers, which is fantastic. But I would really like to see, me personally, I would really like to see more 40K stuff. I'd really like to see some more 40K stuff from him, and the only way that we get that is if we like the videos, we subscribe, all that stuff. He seems like a really, really, really cool guy, so please go do that. I'm going to bring up some DMCA-free synthwave here, and then we are going to get back into trucking. That's what we're going to do. Let me see. DMCA free synthwave. What do we got? What do we got? But yeah, he's got amazing, amazing stuff. So yeah, please, please, please go like the video at the very least. I would really, really, really appreciate that. This is only an hour long? Really? Well, I mean, fuck it. We'll give it a shot. Why not? There we go. And then let me switch the thing over to the truckin'. Nice. All right, it's trucking time. Continue. Trying to remember. I don't think I left off on anything. I think the last thing I did was sleep. Right? I think. Another 90 grand or 19 grand. I mean, I gotta do it. Nogales.
Let's go.
Actually, wait. I was so stoked to learn I can buy garages and trailers and hire drivers. Gonna roleplay having industry-specific fleets. Oh, that'd be cool. So we gotta go there. I'm looking for... Oh, okay, the gas station's on the way. Never mind. We're good. God damn it. Because I'm going to go fuel up, and then we're going to pick up that next load. Drivers will use whatever trailer is available, so if I set up a garage where logging is profitable and give them log trailers and flatbeds, boom, money, and roleplay. Absolutely, dude. Fuck yeah.
Turn left.
Sneak right in. We'll fill up. Perfect.
Get ready to turn left. Turn left.
That was a wee bit of a wide turn.
Go straight.
Come on, turn green. There we go.
Go straight. Turn right. We're here. Now drop the load and go.
Okay, here. Forklifts, take job. Oops.
Come on, there's a job to do.
And I gotta go left again. Motherfucker.
Turn left. Go straight.
There we go. Easy peasy. Nice.
Go straight.
Yeah, I have to set up all the garages and everything else. I haven't done that as of yet.
Turn right.
Ooh, okay. We is good.
Get ready to turn left. Turn left.
All right, come on. Nice and smooth, easy peasy.
How many times do I have to tell you to slow down?
There we go. Okay. Oh, yeah. Had to turn on my beacons. There, beacons are on. Got only about 50k in the game so far. I need about 150k for a truck of my own without a loan. Yeah. Yeah, it's really, really tough.
Get ready to turn left.
I mean, it makes sense, right? But it's
Turn left.
still tough. Bro, either go or don't. Stop wasting my time. There we go. Want something that can pull, not gonna bother with buying a trailer. For the RP of kind of taking what they give me. No, that makes sense. Absolutely. I don't blame you. I just want the truck. I don't want the trailer.
Keep left.
Fucking way stations, man.
Never mind. I'll find a new route.
Come on, a little more. Not in a perfect technical oh, okay. Well, that happens. Whatever.
Slow
I'll get it
down.
fixed. Yeah, I definitely want, like, the whole, like, trucking empire thing. For sure. But what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to, like, pay off this loan. I really want to pay off the loan first before I really, like, delve into that crap. Oh no.
Hit something.
I'm not gonna hit shit. He's too slow.
Do you even listen to me?
I got time to make up, motherfucker. Had to stop at a way station.
You're going too fast.
Being a sort of dog's body at the moment in California. Just unlocked hazard loads? Hell yeah, dude. Oh boy, we cruising. We in get shit done mode right now. Yeah, move the fuck over. Come on. I will stomp on your balls if you don't get out of the way. Much better.
Caution. You're exceeding the speed limit.
Oh, yes, I am. I'm in get shit done mode today.
Slow down. You're going too fast. Do you even listen to me?
Nope, I cut 2 hours off my trip. Fuck off. That's an angry, get out of my fucking way, asshole. Come on, get me back up to speed.
You're going to hit something. How many times do I have to tell you to slow down?
Ah, we'll be fine. Going 90 miles an hour. Holy shit. We be cruising. There we go.
You're going too fast.
It's not too fast if I get there on time and don't hit anything. Shut up.
Slow down. Go straight. Do you even listen to me?
Why is everybody going under 70? What the fuck? We were doing so well. Ah.
Keep right. Keep left.
There we go. Nice. All right, under 2 hours. I'll take it.
Caution. You're exceeding the speed limit.
Yes, I am. And it's amazing.
How many times do I have to tell you to slow down?
So, Sober, what's the thing that you're looking forward to with Space Marine 2?
You're going too fast.
The story mainly?
Keep left.
That's fair. That's totally fair. I really want to see what the story is as well. For sure. Like to see how Titus ended up after 1? Yeah! I was thinking about that the other day, too. Actually, last night, I was thinking about it. I was like, you know what? Wonder what happened to Titus.
Go straight.
I'm also kind of wondering if they're going to keep it Ultramarines for the story. I kind of have like a
Keep right.
feeling that for the actual single player story, it's going to stay Ultramarines.
Right.
I think that's probably what they're going to do.
Slow down.
Just to immerse myself in 40K again? Fuck yes, dude. Kicking ass as a scene marine. Fair. Totally fair. Yeah, I think they're probably for the single player. They might do what they did for Space Marine 1, which is, if I remember correctly, the first time you play it, you're Ultramarines. But if you do it again, you have the option of going between different chapters. I think that might be what they do.
You're going too fast.
Which I'm not necessarily opposed to. I mean, it is an Ultramarine story, so it makes sense, you know?
Do you even listen to me?
And then for the co-op, it's, you know, they have a story, but you can kind of do whatever you want to, kind of thing.
Go straight. Keep right, and then exit right. Exit right. Turn right.
I mean, I'm not the biggest Ultramarine fan. I'm really not. But the story was really good in Space Marine 1, so it's like, I'll give it to them.
Get ready to turn.
You know, if they want to keep the single-player space
Caution.
Ultramarine-centric,
You're exceeding the speed limit.
it makes sense.
Turn right. Here we are, kind of on time.
What are they? Oh, fuck you. Yeah, we're doing this. Perfect. Nice. Hell yeah. I'll take it. Ooh, 2 skill points, huh? Definitely want one of them to be fuel economy. And I'm thinking high value. That'll work. And then navigation, world map. $10K on the exercise bike. Now I can have a cuppa and some big honkers. Nice, dude. Fucking awesome. Wait, does... Okay. So, wait. Am I gonna have to go to... Yeah, it looks like I'm gonna have to go to Tucson. There we go.
Let's go.
Looks like I'll have to go to Tucson, and that's okay. This place doesn't have any truck services, which sucks.
Slow down.
I'm going to try to lay down 10 to 20 kilometers per day. I always feel happier after. So, oh yeah. Hell yeah, dude. That's the way to do it.
How many times do I have to tell you to slow down? Turn left.
Tomorrow is steak, so I'll feel like I earned it. Fuck yeah. Steak is always awesome. Fry up an 8-ounce rump and Jamaican jerk and stir-fry veggies. Ooh, that sounds really good, actually. Holy shit.
You're going to hit something. Caution. You're exceeding the speed limit.
You're damn right I am.
Do you even listen to me?
Nope, I'm going up this dude's ass in a second if he doesn't fucking move.
You're going too fast.
There. Sleep time is weird today. Woke up at like 9:30. Go down the Ukrainian for a bowl of borscht. Come sunup. Ooh, that does actually sound really good. Whew, good breaks. Good breaks.
Do you even listen to me? Keep right, and then exit right. Exit right. Keep right, then exit right. Exit right. Get ready to turn left. Turn left.
There we go. Oh, yeah, I think it's, God, all I want is Space Marine 2. Like, that, I really feel is just gonna be fucking bananas, and I love everything about Space Marine 2. I've been waiting so long to create my own chapter. Ah, fuck it.
Get ready to turn right. Turn right. Here we are, safe and sound.
Adjusted my savings to account for it. Had some money set aside for Baldur's Gate 3, but I'll get Space Marine 2 first. Fuck yes. Yeah, I mean, chances are I'll probably do, like, the single player first, and then after I beat the single player, I'm definitely gonna want to go co-op for sure. Pair all, 585, that's not terrible. Yeah, fuck it, confirm. I got new stuff. That's 13... Ooh. 510 horses, you say? Really? 1,800 foot-pounds of torque at 1,000 RPM? Holy shit. It's actually really good. We're gonna get that. And then, what do we got? 18 speeds plus a retarder. Actually really good. Hell yeah. Classic. Ooh. Okay. Digging the classic in chrome. Hell yeah. Okay. Digging it. Ultra digging it. Alright. Chrome combo side skirts. Really? Oh, hell yeah. Oh, hell yeah. Side skirts too. Ooh, which ones do I want? Oh, that's rough. That's really, really tough. I'm not sure what to buy as my first truck. I'm thinking a Peterbilt or a Kenworth. Both are really, really good. I just went with Peterbilt. I love the design of the old Peterbilts. I really do. Oh, that's tough. Which one do I want? Damn, I don't know. Both of those are sexy. Oh, shit. I don't know which one I want. Fuck. I think I'll go with this one. pain of indecision. I know, right? Air filters with lights? Whoa, 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 whoa. Okay, they're back to red. But they do have lights, and there is chrome on the lights. I kind of dig it. Alright, that's fair. Yeah, I want those. Okay. Got the side skirts taken care of. We got the filters taken care of. We got the mirrors taken care of. I don't think there's anything else. I don't think... I think the stacks. Those are the door handles. Exhaust. Yeah, I need level 16 for the next stack. The trailer's supposed to be dark as fuck at night. I used L for lights, K for main beam, but no other key lights to light the trailer. I think the like, if you... Are you talking about, like, the actual box trailer? Is that what you mean? Or are you just talking, like, the back end of your truck? Anything being hauled at night? So if a trailer has lights, they will turn on. I'll put it that way. If like a trailer that you pick up has lights, they will turn on when you turn on your main lights. Yeah, it's a trailer specific thing, from what I understand. Other than like the beacons, right? You can put beacons on and they'll flash, but they're only on the actual truck. Dawn? Dawn is coming in with that raid. Dawn, thank you so much, buddy. How you doing? Pixel Pixie, great to see ya.
What the fuck are you doing here?
What the fuck are you doing here? Thank you so much. Really, really appreciate that. Rolling coal. Look at my nice, pretty truck. My nice, gorgeous truck with all the chrome. Dragging a fucking whole-ass tractor through a hot California night and I couldn't see shit. Yeah, that happens. That definitely happens. Played some Rebirth. How are you liking Rebirth? That bumper is Apocalypse already? Fucking A right it is. And now, I got 18 gears and 510 horses. Look at this beaut. Really enjoying it. 130 hours is still not done. Nice. Is that what they call a Big Mac truck? No, so there is actually a there is a brand of truck that is called Mac. So when you hear somebody say Mac truck, they're referring to the brand. Okay, gotta go sleep. Veg time. Nice. All right. Jobs, freight market. What do we got in this area? We got a road roller.
What are we waiting for?
Oh, my driver? Hell yeah, he has.
Turn left. Get ready to turn right. Turn right.
I'm just
Keep left.
banging through these fucking gears now. Holy shit. There we go. Right through.
Exit right.
Jesus.
Turn left.
Damn right, same day. Let's try starting out in 5th. Dead stop to 5th. Let's see what happens. So no, you know what? I'll crank it up to 6th. See, from dead stop to 6th. Damn. Wow. Dead stop in 6th. I can go. That's pretty damn good. How about 7th? Let's try 7th. Damn, she wants to go. Okay. Wow. I was up to 21 miles an hour before I got out of 7th from a dead stop.
You're going to hit something.
Ooh. This is a new... Wait. Wait a minute, what? Hang on, hang on, hang on. Okay, so I am going in the right direction. I just had to make sure. At least I think I'm going in the right direction. How the hell do they want me to go in? Is this a quarry job? This might be.
You're going too fast.
I'm very confused.
How many times do I have to tell you to slow down?
I think this might be a quarry job.
Okay, let's find a new route. Caution, you're exceeding the speed limit. You're going too fast. Recomputing.
Yeah, I can go in this way. Weird. Really weird, actually. Holy shit. Yep, that's the one.
You've got the contract. Now go.
Yeah, the problem is I gotta turn the fuck around. Oh my god, I have a reverse 4? Holy shit. That's amazing.
Time to hit the road.
Jesus, this thing wants to go in reverse 4.
Let's do this.
Yeah, except I have to go all the way around again, which sucks. But it is what it is.
Finding new route. Make a U-turn now.
I can't make a U-turn now, you son of a bitch. Make a U-turn. Got a blue screen. Oh, no. Blue screens are bad. Make a U-turn. Yeah. Sure. Let me just make that fucking U-turn right now. Make a U-turn. I wonder. Nope. Damn. I was gonna see if I could actually make a U-turn, but I can't. Come on. She's moving. Kinda, sorta. Don't worry. She's gonna pop like a cork in a second. Come on. Okay. Now... ta-da! Got her passed. Hell yeah! They wanted me to make a U-turn in something that wasn't even big enough for me to make a U-turn without the trailer. So I was like, fuck it, I'm forcing it. And I did. Works not even half bad. Mm-hmm.
Let's find a new route. Finding new route. Never mind. I'll find a new route.
Oh, you're using your HOTAS? Really? And Sophia coming in for 12 months. Oh my god. Sophia, thank you so much. How you doing tonight?
Finding new route. Okay, let's find a new route. Slow down, recomputing. Rerouting.
There we go. Okay. Now we're out of that absolute nightmare. Yeah, it's fun, isn't it, Mongo?
Keep left, then continue straight. Go straight.
Okay, my beacons are on. Perfect. Whew. I gotta wait for it to turn green. Might as well put it back down to... we'll start it in 5th. Fuck it. My arms hurt after one delivery, right? Gotta go again, but have fun. Keep on keeping on. Don, have yourself a great night, buddy. Thanks. Appreciate the raid. Likely way off to the side and didn't bother moving them. Fair. Four and a half feet apart, yeah. Okay, let's do it. Nice. 5th gear up to 12 miles an hour with load. That's damn good. 510 horses, 18 gears. Gotta love it. I think I got like... I don't even remember. It might be like another like 4 or so levels, something like that, before I can get a another engine, but my god, 18 gears. Can't go wrong with that. I remember a long time ago, because I used to do the multiplayer mod before they actually put convoys in the game. With the multiplayer mod, you could get 1,000 horsepower engines, which are insane.
Going to hit something.
And I'm really hoping that they have 1,000 horsepower engines in this game. I got time to make up, buddy. Sorry. I'm in get shit done mode right now.
You're going to hit something. Keep left.
There's 90.
Caution. You're exceeding the speed limit.
Yeah, we were doing some 40K lore before, and I'm just like, God, every single day I am more and more stoked for Space Marine 2. I really am. Oh, actually, that's the other thing. Hang on. I have to show you guys this. I have to show you guys this because this is huge. And, yeah, this was done by Sober. Just an FYI. Hang on one second. Where is it? I gotta get more royalty-free music because that music's over. Let me see. No, I don't want rap. No. No. No, I don't want industrial either. Industrial, like, kinda drives me nuts, if I'm being honest. That's only half an hour. That sucks. Yeah, this will work. 4.5 hour from White Bat? Sure, why not? Okay, are you guys ready for this? This is done by Sober via AI. The founding member of the Promethean Shadows chapter, the spin-off chapter from the Salamanders, ready and waiting for the grim darkness of the 41st millennium, Adam fucking Sky. Yeah. That's awesome, right? But there's more. Nice close-up. And we got another nice close-up. Trust me, if I could get Space Marines to wear fucking cowboy hats, I totally would. I totally would. And then there's also Adam Sky as an Inquisitor. Which is amazing. It's insanely badass. I wouldn't want to meet those eyes in a dark alley. No, you wouldn't. But the best part is that it works for Adam Sky. Because if he's from an offshoot chapter of the Salamanders, that means that he comes from the planet Nocturne, so he gets the blazing red eyes, which is phenomenal. Yeah, I'm gonna have a lot of fun with this. We already fucked around with Adam's voice in High Gothic, which just sounded really funny. It was really, really good. What? Oh yeah. Brother Captain, the clapping of thy cheeks is a cacophony of which I am not privy to overcome. Desist. Battle Brother, take care to seal the hatch while expelling the chaos from thy bowels. The sounds can be picked up through thy auspice quite easily, and the stench is that of Nurgle himself. Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna have a lot of fun as Adam. Adam, the fucking Space Marine. Yeah, Midjourney's a thing through, like, Discord. It's like a Discord AI program. I've used it, like, once or twice, but I'm no good at trying to figure out what buttons are what, if I'm being honest, and how to actually make it work.
Slow down. Do you even listen to me?
Yeah, he does. He really knows how to make it work. My God.
You're going too fast.
Ooh, thank you for the hydrate. I'll do that here in a minute.
Go straight. Keep left.
I am keeping left.
Slow down.
We're good. Actually, no.
Right.
We'll stay in the left.
Exit right.
Okay, we won't.
Exit right. Do you even listen to me? Go straight.
I am going straight.
How many times do I have to tell you to slow down?
I'm not gonna lie, Sober. For Space Marine 2, the only downside I feel is that they don't allow you to play orcs. I'd totally play orcs, and I'd buy into it wholeheartedly. Because the orcs are just dumb. Would have thrown him out the cab a long time ago. Fair.
You're going to hit something.
That's right, lad. Sometimes you just need to do a good crumping.
Caution. You're exceeding the speed limit. Do you even listen to me?
Dawn of War Soulstorm, yep. Ooh, okay. Come on. Just thinking the same thing. How you doing, Corgi? Course. Damn it.
Go straight.
I would love to, but there's a car in the way. I gotta make up some time because of that stupid detour that I had to take.
Go straight.
Can trucks even go this fast? Oh, yeah. How you doing, Medicine? You doing great, Corgi? Hell yeah.
How many times do I have to tell you to slow down? Slow down.
Yeah, that means go faster, idiot. Good boy. Trying to figure things out as you go. Fair. Saw the new Alien in IMAX. Doing good. What did you think of it? I've seen it, so I'm curious what you think. UPS dude learn some manners.
Going to hit something.
Damn near shat yourself? That's fair.
Keep right, then exit right. Exit right. Do you even listen to me? You're going too fast.
Yes, I am. But I gotta make up for the 2.5 hours I got stuck doing a detour.
Keep right, then exit right. Exit right. Turn left.
There we go. Started playing Isolation again? Hell yeah. Yeah, the only thing I wish that Alien Romulus did, because it's not that it's a bad movie at all, the only thing that I wish it would do, or did do, is stay away from literally everything that's come before it. Because those were the parts to me where I was like, oh, we're doing this again?
Caution. You're exceeding the speed limit.
Absolutely, I'm exceeding the speed limit.
How many times do I have to tell you to slow down? Caution. You're exceeding the speed limit.
Well, like a set of guidelines. Exactly.
Do you even listen to me?
And listen, if I got the whole road, I'm using the whole road. Makes things a lot easier. Went and saw the new Twister last night. How's that? I heard it actually wasn't terrible. Disaster movies can be a lot of fun. It was not horrible. Yeah, I mean, I heard it wasn't bad. Like, it's a good popcorn movie. Why are we only going 42? Hello? No one cares. It's only a $1,400 fine. I'll be okay.
Exit now.
Felt very much like a product of the times. That's, yeah. Even with all the mistakes in it. Oh, yeah, I mean, there were tons of mistakes in the first one. Yeah, absolutely there were. But it was a good flick. Right lane closed ahead. Well, that's not good. It was fun enough. Okay. That's fair. Especially the awful one. I mean, who doesn't love a really good, bad movie? You know what? Fuck it. I'm on a time crunch here, motherfuckers. I gotta save time when I can, where I can, right?
You're going too fast.
Dante's Peak. Oh, Dante's Peak is a classic. Volcano's another one. Daylight, yep. 2012, Day After Tomorrow. Hell yeah. Could have done without the $15 price tag and lousy seats. That's fair. Am I on a time-sensitive job? No, but I don't, like, after, like, the 2.5 hours I spent trying to get around that stupid pole and taking that detour, I'm already 2.5 hours behind.
You're going to hit something.
Volcano's a good movie.
How many times do I have to tell you to slow down?
To haul Assville? Absolutely it is. Day After Tomorrow is universally panned, but I love that film. I think they still have the same problem that they, even by today's standards, that they had back when The Day After Tomorrow was filmed, is that unless you have a really, really good director and writer, an ensemble cast typically is a bad thing. Oh. Oh, only 3%? Okay, that's not horrible. Nice. I'll take a 3% damage. I just went fucking 80 miles an hour into a guardrail? That's not horrible at all. Hell yeah. Oh, Tommy Lee Jones is amazing. You know what it is that big fuck off bull bar that I have in the front that saved me.
Go straight.
Burb sounds good.
Caution. You're exceeding the speed limit. Get ready to turn right. Turn right.
Led by Stephen Baxter, the sea starts rising and never stops. Oh shit.
Get ready to turn right. Turn right. Good driving.
Thank you. Where do they want it? Right there? Sure. Because I know this one, and this one sucks. Yeah, fuck it. That thing's way too fucking long. Close enough. I'll take it. To leave the theater earlier? Oh, shit. $25,000 for a frack tank to Barstow. Okay. I could use 25 grand. I like it.
Get on with it. Turn right.
Truck. I swear to God.
Find a new route.
No, don't find a new route. I'm just going to get gas.
Get ready to turn left. Turn left. Get ready to turn right. Turn right.
There we go. God damn. I was a little bit low. Only $652 for gas.
Get ready to turn left. You're going too fast. Turn left.
Hurry up. I gotta wait for them. They're doing it wrong. Shit, I do actually have to sleep, though. That sucks.
Slow down.
Alright, pull in here. Bedge. Which blows.
Never mind. I'll find a new route.
There we go. Alright. Nice. Let's do this. See if the job's still there. Might not be. Which is a bummer, but it is what it is. It is, okay. 25 grand, I'll take it.
Get the job done. Turn left. Get ready to turn left.
Okay, where is it? Where is it? Where is it? There it is.
Turn left. This is where it ends.
Here, here. Yes.
Let's get this job done.
Hell yeah. Okay. Good. Close enough.
Pedal to the metal, man.
Okay, let's do it. There we go. Much better.
Turn right.
Big car show, nice. Hell yeah. Car shows are always fun.
Do you even listen to me? Go straight.
What the fuck is this? Oh god, it's one of those. Excuse me. Come on.
Get ready to turn right. Turn right.
There we go.
Get ready to turn left. Turn left.
Okay, now it's time to blast away the miles. Drove a Corvette. Corvettes are fun.
Caution. You're exceeding the speed limit. Slow down.
Come on.
How many times do I have to tell you to slow down? Keep right.
There we go.
You're going too fast. Slow down. Do you even listen to me?
Yeah, this I don't have a choice. I have to slow down. Fuck.
At the roundabout, take the second exit.
Damn it.
Exit now. How many times do I have to tell you to slow down?
All of them. We're not even going 65. This blows. She gets very stern when I speed. Oh boy. Granny voice really lays into you. Oh, I don't doubt it. That sounds like a grandma. Why are we slowing down? What is going on? Alright, fuck it. Staying in the left lane. Maybe.
Caution. You're exceeding the speed limit. Keep left, and then turn left. Turn left.
So fast for you weren't raised and your daddy left to get milk. Holy shit, I may be paraphrasing. Well, you know.
Get ready to turn right. Turn right.
Left lane is for passing, yes. Typically, most trucks are forbidden from being in the left lane. But yeah. Typically on like a 3-lane highway, trucks can use the right and the middle lanes, but they cannot use the left lane.
Keep left.
Not that that's actually ever stopped me, but, you know. God damn it. Really? Oh, that sucks.
Recomputing.
Oh. Alright, now I really gotta kick it into high gear.
How many times do I have to tell you?
Wife's
to
been in her
slow
mother's
down?
all week. Nice. This is...
Left.
Oh my god.
Then turn left.
Literally just to do this. That sucks.
Turn right. Turn right. Get ready to turn right. Turn right.
Fuck you, sign.
Go straight.
God, this is definitely one of those deliveries from hell.
Slow down. You're going too fast. Keep right, then exit right. Exit right.
What the fuck?
Okay.
Oh,
Let's
that's...
find a new route. Keep right, then exit right. Exit right.
Wow, I'm just getting fucked left, right, and center right now. Jesus. Well, how the hell am I supposed... This is ridiculous. You know what? I know exactly what I'm gonna do. Not exactly legal, but I'm gonna do it.
Keep right, then exit right. Exit right. Turn left. Turn left.
All right. This is gonna be dumb. Guys, don't do this at home. Or anywhere for that matter. This is gonna be real dumb. I can do it because I am a professional idiot.
Keep left.
Okay. Excuse a fucking moi. There we go. Go fuck yourself. There we go.
Going to hit something.
Look at that. Just went right by a fucking chopper. At almost 60.
Caution. You're exceeding the speed limit.
That's okay.
How many times do I have to tell you to slow down?
Professional idiocy. Does that come with good pay and benefits? Sounds like my kind of job. It can.
Slow down.
I mean, what do you think streamers are?
Go straight.
I'm going 100? Holy shit. Fine, fuck it. Done giving a shit. I got places to be, goddammit. Oh, it was totally legal. Absolutely.
Go straight.
That's right, truck. You're gonna have to brake, because you don't want to get hit.
You're going too fast.
This has literally been the fucking delivery from hell. Welcome back, Medicine.
Do you even listen to me?
Ooh, steep downgrade. I like it. Don't brake, you asshole. This delivery has sucked every step of the way. Jesus. Got stuck behind everything, had to take 2 detours before I finally illegally made it past the barriers on the highway that wouldn't let me go any farther. Blew past an emergency helicopter at 60.
You're going to hit something. You're going too fast.
This is well adjusted and healthy driving.
Caution. You're exceeding the speed limit. Go straight. Slow down.
Fuck that.
Go straight.
Have to get a little bit of repair work done after we drop this off, but it'll be fine. "102, 103,
Go straight.
the speed." Better hurry up, truck. I'm gonna hit you. Thank you, idiot. Big fucking honker's motto. "I love deliveries. I'll kill every man, woman, and child to get it to where it needs to go." So UPS, yes, exactly. Yep, you got it. Then they say you weren't home. Well, yeah. That is a thing they do. All right. Done giving a shit. Done giving a shit.
How many times do I have to tell you to slow down? You're going too fast. Do you even listen to me?
Now I have to slow down. Oh, wait, no. Actually, I don't. God invented the breakdown lane for a reason. The fucking way stations, man.
You're going to hit something.
I'm not gonna hit a goddamn thing. Shut up. Come on. Hurry up. Get this shit over with. Thank you.
Caution. You're exceeding the speed limit.
I'm exceeding the speed limit. This dude ain't seen nothing yet.
Slow down.
No. No way. Fair.
How many times do I have to tell you to slow down?
I'm not gonna slow down. This has been the delivery from hell. And somehow I've miraculously managed to not get the trailer
You're
fucked.
exceeding the speed limit.
Okay,
Do you even listen to me?
there we go. I mean, it's easily gotta be, Jesus, 2.5, 3 hours with all the detours and shit that I've had to take and being stuck behind literally everything and having to turn around twice on the highway because they blocked the entire thing off.
You're going too fast.
How very penisy. Mm-hmm. Get over. You motherfucker. I hate him. I hate him so much. I'm gonna kill him. He's gonna die. I I'd really love to know what that other truck was trying to do, because I was holding right and I was turning and then it just stopped turning, which means that he was turning into me, which really sucks. This blows.
Do you even listen to me?
Now I'm just gonna block everybody. I don't give a shit.
How many times do I have to tell you to slow down?
A fuck pump. I haven't heard fuck pump in a while, actually.
Caution.
That's really funny.
Exceeding the speed limit. Keep right.
Oh, he was definitely qualified. Fuck pump. I haven't heard that in forever. I think I've only ever heard it like maybe once, too. Which makes it even more magical.
Turn right. Finally, we are here.
Yeah, finally. Where do they... Okay, there's that. Really? There's no way. There's no way they won't... It's gonna be that easy, right? There's no fucking way. Where do they want me to put it? Behind the goddamn train. Oh, you absolute bastards. Wow. Okay, these guys qualify as fuck pumps too. Yeah, no, fuck that. We're not even trying. I'm not even gonna try. That's ridiculous. Yeah, those... Yeah, here. Back a non-bendy trailer that's fucking 80 feet long. Around 2 hairpin turns into one spot. No, fuck you. You do it. Like, that's bullshit. That's absolute bullshit. Okay. We're gonna do this, because I gotta go...
Drive safe.
I gotta go get some gas. And I gotta repair. And I gotta sleep. Didn't look like a big hit for late, though, at least. Yeah. Which, thank God. That whole delivery was one massive fuck pump. That sucked. God damn it.
You're going to hit something.
Gonna hit something?
Turn right.
Only if I'm lucky.
Turn right. down. Caution. You're exceeding the speed limit. It's all over now.
Oh, come on. I'm right there. Literally. There. Okay. Service. Repair all. Really? It's only $1,000? That's not terrible, actually. Nice. Oh, wait. Engine? No. Hang on. Repair. They're not going to repair because it's only 1% damage. Fuck me. Really? Really? Okay, what's a total restoration going to cost? No. Negatory. We are not doing that for 252,000. Fuck that noise. That is insane. That is absolutely batshit nuts. Ooh, okay. Wait, what do we got? What do we got? We got the long 6x4 220. Nice. Okay. At level 14. Got it. When did they add that? I don't know. Door handles. Chrome 2. I like me some chrome. Hell yeah. Yeah, fuck it. Let's do some Vortex tires. Why not? Nice. Door handles are already Chrome 2. Those are already Vortex. I think that's about all I can do currently. Confirm order. Nice. Now, let's go to service. Everything's looking good. All right, sleepy time. Yeah, sure, fuck it. Here looks good. Okay, beacons are on. Gotta turn all them lights on. There we go. Perfect. Now, jobs, freight. What do we got? A wind turbine nacelle? Holy shit. 32,000 for dynamite. From Barstow to Cayenta. I like it. Muscle relaxers I took kicked in, and I got to be up at 7 to start getting the car ready. Well, have fun, Corgi. And we will see you next time, and have fun tomorrow.
Okay, here we go.
Pop one to help you sleep. Muscle relaxers do work. Can confirm.
You're going to hit something. Go straight. You're going too fast. You have arrived at your destination. Your route guidance is now finished.
Okay, grab the dynamite.
Let's get this job done.
Oh, okay, it is that right there. That'll work.
Let's do this.
There we go. We're fine. Don't worry about it. All right. Let's do it.
Do you even listen to me? Get ready to turn right.
I just want to get on the highway, and then I can actually listen to him.
Turn right. Get ready to turn right. Turn right.
Okay, it's 55. Oops, wrong button.
Keep right, and then turn right. Turn right.
I'm off the gas too, so. There we go. Put her into 16th. And away we go. Why is the truck in front of me slowing down? You know what I don't see enough of out here? I don't see enough rest stops. They got rest stops all over the place. From the south to the southwest to the actual west. They got rest stops everywhere. Night driving like this is fun. I love night driving. It is. It's incredibly soothing, yeah. I love doing this. Hey, Alpha, what's going on, buddy? How you doing? Doing good? Nice. Because now I can also do this. See what I mean about the trailer lights, though, Sober? How it's trailer specific? Fuck way stations. Way stations aren't open at 8:30 at night. We know this. Alright, fuck this truck.
How many times do I have to tell you to slow down?
I didn't fail to visit the way station. I decided to not visit the way station. There's a difference. God, I'm so fucking pumped for Space Marine 2. I know I've been saying it like all fucking stream, but I am so goddamn pumped for Space Marine 2. Way station was out of the way. It's just literally the last 2 trips I had have been the deliveries from hell. So it's like, fuck it. I'd rather just take the fine. But yeah, I am so fucking pumped for Space Marine 2. My God. We really, really need, and I mean this, We wholeheartedly need a fucking Warhammer 40k game that doesn't suck. That's absolutely what we need. Because it's been a minute since we've had one. And let's face it, unfortunately, Games Workshop has had a really great track record of making video games suck by going with really shitty devs. Like, even Dawn of War 3. People didn't particularly care for Dawn of War 3, and I never played it because there were a lot of people that really pissed and moaned about Dawn of War 3. I'm enjoying my time with Dark Tide and Space Hulk. Space Hulk was good. I did like Space Hulk Deathwing. I thought that was really well done. I should have pulled in there for gas. Oh well. Dawn of War 3, as I understand it, sucked. Yeah. Why is it the Warhammer 40k go really popular, but OG Warhammer doesn't? So there's a lot of things with OG Warhammer, that I feel like collectively people are more willing to deal with a lot of changes when it comes to 40k than it does with OG Warhammer. Because it just kind of like... Warhammer, like the OG Warhammer, the medieval one, is supposed to be silly but simple and fun. And the nerds, the really big nerds, are supposed to be like the 40k where things get really complicated, and the OG Warhammer just keeps getting like more and more and more complicated. And I think that's kind of the issue. Like, I remember people really fucking lost their shit when Sigmar, came around for OG Warhammer, because it made things even more complicated. People didn't care for the lore when it came to Sigmar. Plus, I think the other thing, too, that probably doesn't help, and this is just me spitballing on this one, but think of it this way, right? You've already got a shit ton of systems out there that do exactly what OG Warhammer does in either a less complicated way or a way that is more complicated but a hell of a lot more fun than just rolling a bunch of D6. Right? You can even do it with Dungeons and Dragons. So, if you're gonna do it with Dungeons and Dragons, which gives you D20s, D12s, D10s, D8s, D6s, D4s, and you can do much more creative things in that system with D&D than you can in Fantasy Warhammer, why would you just stick to a bunch of D6s being rolled and have to like be confined to a bunch of rule sets that are constantly evolving and changing, and they're not entirely sure where they want to put it, because 40k is, as much as I hate to say it, 40k is definitely the one that people gravitate to more, and it feels like OG Fantasy Warhammer is kind of like an afterthought, the way that they do their rule sets. Because remember, it's not just throwing a bunch of dice at the wall and seeing what lands. It's also, like in 40K, you got data sheets, and I think they're just called rule sets for fantasy. But data sheets are fine if you're like a massive fucking nerd like I am. Whereas fantasy, it's just supposed to be fun. Dick around. You know what I mean? But it's not so easy to dick around when you got a bunch of data sheets and shit that you have to look for and look after and read. Why can't you just go kill things? There we go. Well, the factions from Age of Sigmar, not so keen on narrative direction, yeah. And I think that's a big thing, too, is just the whole fucking narrative. Whereas 40K, I mean, Jesus, the narrative has been insane for the longest time. But coincidentally enough, and this is something I do find really funny, the actual, like, Fantasy Warhammer games collectively have done better than the 40K games. Like, I love me some Deathwing. I thought Deathwing was really well done, Space Hulk Deathwing. Although I will say, I was not really a fan of the chapter that they chose for it. I'm not entirely sure why they chose that chapter, but they did, so it is what it is. I think the other thing, and I heard this too a long while ago, and so it may have changed, but I think the other thing too is that because of the way, especially Sigmar works, there's a lot of people that feel that it's getting more towards the, or it's alluding more to the 40K lore, because we already know that, like, Fantasy Warhammer and 40K Warhammer are in the same universe, right? But I don't think people care much for being reminded of it. They want fantasy and the sci-fi to be their own separate things. And I remember there being a rumor going, around for a while that, and I don't know how true it is, but I know that it can be alluded to depending on what narration you look at, that Sigmar is either the Primarch of the 2nd or the 11th Legion, which kind of defeats the whole purpose of fantasy being its own separate thing that people can enjoy, because at that point, they're just really playing an earlier version of 40K. Which really, I can understand why people would be pissed at that. Because if it is being alluded to, then that means that anybody who loves Sigmar knows that somebody who is essentially going to be their favorite Primarch is going to be completely erased from history at some point.
Going too fast.
Which I could see not being fun. And I could see that really sucking, you know?
Keep right, then exit right. Exit right. Turn left.
Just went by a police scene in my game? Oh boy. Ooh, train. Nice. That's the first train I've seen so far.
Get ready to turn right. Turn right.
Plus, I think this is something else that's really, really cool. What I love about Warhammer 40K is that it's not just, oh, here's shit in the 41st millennium. Right? It's also, here's shit in the 31st millennium. Here's shit in other millenniums. Here's lore that takes place at basically the beginning of time. Right? So where do you fit that in the Age of Sigmar stuff? Right? And I kind of feel like people would rather not think about that when it comes to fantasy. Because they just want to have fun. Which I could see. That makes sense. You know? Plus, you can't have some of the really, really, really cool factions in fantasy either, right? You can get the elves, but you can't get the Eldar. You can't get the Dark Eldar. You can't get stuff like that, sadly. What I do want is Total War Age of Sigmar. That might be interesting. If they can make the narrative. If they can make a good narrative for it, I'm all for it. Absolutely. Me personally, though, I just really love how grand everything is in 40K. I don't know about everybody else, but I just love the sheer scope. Like, the size of everything in 40K. I think that's really fucking cool. I think that's really cool.
At the roundabout, take the second exit. Exit now.
I was talking 40K. Excitement for Space Marine 2 has made me reinstall OG Dawn of War. Nice. I am so pumped for Space Marine 2. It's like, yeah, it's crazy. Maybe that's what I should do. Maybe I should reinstall Space Marine 1 and replay it. I'll think about it.
Get ready to turn right. Turn right.
But that might be fun. That might be something fun to do. Is pop Space Marine 1 back in. God, I haven't played that in forever. Might do that too? Hell yeah. Play the PS3 version on ultra high def? Fuck yeah, dude. Hell yeah. Yeah, that might be a lot of fun, actually. You want to brake check me, asshole? Really want to do that?
Go straight.
All right. All right. Good. Now... That's what happens when you brake check me. Yeah, he got over quick. Oh, don't worry, little car. I'm coming for you. I know where you are. Don't care. I got a job. I'm on a mission. That's to kill the little car.
Caution. You're exceeding the speed limit.
Yep. Daddy's in a murderous rampage.
Slow down.
Nope. Sorry, can't.
Do you even listen to me?
Nope. You can get a Morgan Freeman GPS. Here we go, going for the kill.
Turn right.
There we go. Get fucked.
Right.
Wrong car? Oh, well. He probably deserved it at some point. That's what we call the shake and bake.
Get ready to turn right. Turn right.
Well, I mean, I did, but it was intentional, so it's fine. Give tickets to random other people. Mm-hmm.
We're here. Right on time.
Right on time. Look at that. Right on time, and I can't do anything. Right. Oh, well, that's not terrible. Yeah. That we can do. Got it. Easy. Hell yeah. Nice. Okay, now navigation, world map. Where is the nearest... Well, I do need gas, but that's not what I was looking for. Not down there. Ooh. All the way over there, huh? There's gas, rest stop, tune up. 2 hours and 45 minutes, 142 miles. I think we can make it.
Come on, there's a job to do.
Gotta get the truck a little repaired. And then, yeah, we'll be in a much better area to get jobs.
How many times do I have to tell you to slow down? Getting ready to turn left. Turn left.
So let me take a look at the map really quick. Map, which way do they want me to go? Oh, good. Okay, they do want me to go up 98. Nice.
Get ready to turn left. Turn left.
I am running low on fuel. This is true. I got about 1/8 of a tank.
Slow down. You're going too fast. Caution. You're exceeding the speed limit.
I gotta make it to town. I'm sorry.
Go straight.
Or I'll just go here. That works too.
Finding new route.
I love how he just sounds so depressed.
Turn left, and then turn left.
Okay, what's the damage gonna be this time? Diesel is $4 a gallon. Holy shit. Is it true the truckers make this amount of money? I've heard of truckers making an obscene amount of money. There was a kid who grew up in my neighborhood. His dad was a trucker, and it was him. I think he had a little brother as well, and he had a sister. So it was 3 kids, plus a wife, and him. So it was 5 in the household. They owned their house and never wanted for anything. I'm thinking maybe you should listen to the GPS guy. He's starting to sound like a pissed off Clint Eastwood. Fair. But yeah, they never wanted for anything. The house was owned outright. And yeah, the only downside was that the father was almost like never there. So, you know, she had to primarily take care of the kids by herself. But yeah, truckers can make a fuck ton of money. But again, it's not like you can become a trucker, right? And like you'll immediately make this much. Like it could take years to make this much money per run. You know what I mean?
Turn left. You're going to hit something.
Highest levels of depression, PTSD outside of the military, that's true. It takes a special kind of person to be like a career trucker. I mean, they get a lot into everything, right? Like, and it starts out really, really simple. It's like, oh, okay, well, I'm done for the night, right? I'll have a beer. And then it goes from a beer to 2 beers, and then to 3, and then it could be 6 beers, and then it, you know, like shit can spiral out of control when you're by yourself on the road very quickly. Very, very quickly. Or, like, oh, hey, I got a wife and I'm not saying anything bad about them, but, hey, you know, I got a wife and kid, and they're at home, right? But I've been on the road for the better part of, like, 4 months. And as much as I hate to put it this way, jerking it ain't cutting it. There's your lot lizards. You know what I mean? I mean, I know it sounds funny, but it's true.
Turn right.
I never drove trucks this big, no. No, I drove trucks that were just under the 26,000 pound mark. So I never had to get my CDL, thankfully. And you keep wondering, is your wife cheating? Yeah, because, I mean, you could go literally days, right? without talking to them or anything like... I mean, there's a lot of shit that can happen on the road. Lot of shit.
You're going too fast.
Like, you gotta be confident in who you are, you gotta be confident in who, you know, you're married to, you gotta be confident in a lot of fucking things. It's, yeah. And, like, as dumb as this is gonna sound, there's a reason why, like, they have the meme of, like, fat truckers. Right? And a lot of the time, it's not just because they're sitting. I know, actually, more than quite a few truckers who are skinny. But a lot of it has to do with their mental health and just depression. You know, they get depressed because maybe their wife left them, took the kid, or maybe they never found love or whatever, and all they got is literally being alone on the road, and they kind of let themselves go, and that's it. So now all of a sudden they weigh the better part of like 350, and they're like 5'8". Stress eating and drinking. Yep. Gotta look towards the otaku trucker for hope. How you doing, Chippy? What a throwback. What a throwback.
Slow down.
I will in a second. Fuck that car.
How many times do I have to tell you to slow down?
You did. You told me to slow down. I slowed down. It's fine. Don't worry about it.
Here we are. Kind of on time.
Almost. There we go. Repair all, sure. Not much to repair, but we'll do it anyway. I don't think I have anything new, but we'll check. $15, okay. 14, new engine. Okay, 14, new engine, new transmission. Nice. Ooh, what are you? Sun visor. Chrome sun shield. Oh, yeah. Police simulators on discount? Oh, shit, really? Bumper. Ooh. No, because that takes off the bull bar. I need my bull bar. Bull bar is important. Okay. Great, it's been 9 years. True. Okay, now that I'm here... Oops. Freight market, what do we got? Oh, look at that, Bobby. We got ourselves some propane.
Ready to roll.
Love when you do that, oh god. Oh, wrong way.
Turn left.
Still using my recommended truck at the start. Dude, like, this truck hauls ass. 510 horsepower, 18 gears, and it's gonna do nothing but get better. Next level,
Turn left.
yeah, we're gonna get even more horsepower. Who knows, maybe even more gears? I don't know. We're gonna find out.
Turn left.
I love the old
This
style
is where it
Peterbilts.
ends.
I really do. Sticking my 5-speed semi.
Drive safe.
Bobby, today we're going from Page to Phoenix, Arizona. The Wild West, we're gonna get ourselves some propane. I'll tell you what, there ain't no better feeling than making sure that propane is delivered in a timely and efficient way. Thank you for the bit, Sophia.
Let's go.
Ooh, thank you for the hydrate. I'll do that before we leave. Yeah, I love this truck. This truck is gorgeous now. It's actually a two-tone color. So we got like a dark wine red for the top and the bottom, and then in the middle, it's more like a blood red. Really, it really pops. I really like it. I wish I could do this with metallic, but I can't, sadly. At least not yet. Now we go. There we go. There we go.
Turn right.
And Sophia picked the color, too. She's like, why don't you go with a red? And I said, you know what? That's not a bad idea. Who doesn't like red?
Go straight.
Especially for big honkers like this thing. Red always looks good on these.
Get ready to turn right. Turn right.
Red trucks honk louder, it's true. Not only do they honk louder, but if we follow the way that orcs think, it also makes them go faster.
Get ready to turn left. Turn left.
Need fire decals for going faster. Come on. Get up to speed, please. Okay, apparently we're on an incline. There we go. Nice. How's she looking? Looking snazzy. There we go. I wonder if I can make it to level 14 tonight with the time we got left. That'd be cool. I was saying earlier, back when, back before this had multiplayer in it with convoys, there used to be a mod for multiplayer And in that mod, you could have 1,000, 1,200, 1,500, 1,800 horsepower engines, which were a lot of fun, but I don't know how powerful they let the engines get in the game now. So I'm really interested to see.
Do you even listen to me? At the roundabout, take the second exit. Exit now.
There we go. Okay. Come on. Why are we going so slow? Hey, crit. Crab Trucker, that's TTRPG, so I'm riffing on that. Fair. Crit, I so badly want Space Marine 2 now. Took a job without looking, 7 hours. You know. The time will just fly by. It'll be fine. I need Space Marine 2 in my life, Crit. You need to make it happen. Be a trucker in Warhammer 40k? Nah, I'd want to be a fucking Space Marine. Whoa, 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 hang on. You didn't... Wait. Wait. You didn't know... Hang on. Wait. Just... Look at how cool this is. You gotta see this. It looks so badass. You gotta see it. It's fucking amazing. Because then we'll be able to talk and I'll be able to talk in High Gothic. The entire time.
There's no way through. I may have an alternate route. Proceed.
Transmitting to all specs now. We'll need to clear this debris.
Look, it's just going to be ass, blood, and guts everywhere. It's going to be amazing. That's what I want. I want ass, blood, and guts everywhere. Hell yeah. Blood, guts, and ass. I mean, you can rearrange them anywhere. Yes. Run over the Xenos, brother. This looks so fucking good. Yes.
Reloading weapon.
Hell yeah. God, I want this. That looks so fucking good. And the best part is, Sober has made something, Crit. Are you ready for this? He is the chapter master of the newly christened Shadows of Promethean. Promethean Shadows. He is the chapter master, Adam Sky. How cool is that? Amazing, right? Brother Captain, please. The clapping of thy cheeks is a cacophony of which I am not privy to overcome. Desist. Here's a couple others. He looks so good. He looks so good like this. I fucking love it. If I could get a Space Marine, if I could make a Space Marine to wear a fucking cowboy hat, I absolutely would. This would be phenomenal. And then he also made Adam Sky as an Inquisitor, which he just looks insanely badass. Let me tell you something. The fucking day Space Marine 2 launches, you better be ready, because this will be a starting soon screen. I'm just saying. This will absolutely be a starting soon screen. It just will. There's no other way around it. Or maybe this. This might be a starting soon screen as well. Who knows? It's just that good. It really is. Adam Sky will have gone from a cowboy to a paladin to a samurai to a Space Marine. He's had a very storied life. Forgot he was a samurai BRB. He was a samurai. He was a samurai in Elden Ring. Yes, he was. It's just that good. Speed limit 35. Why? Road work. God damn it. Alright, now we can get back up. Or not, because we have to go 45 now. Son of a... That's what he said. Ooh.
Keep left, and then turn left. Turn left.
Nice. So yeah, Adam Sky will be returning in Space Marine 2. Abso-fucking-lutely he will.
Get ready to turn right. Turn right.
$75, huh? I think we could do it. I think that's what I have to do from now on. Every time there's any sort of roleplay, it's literally just got to be Adam Sky.
Keep right, and then turn right.
Fuck.
Turn right.
Really? 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 God damn it.
Recomputing.
Not a bad idea to stick to your character, yeah. Yeah, at this point, literally every roleplay thing, it has to be Adam Sky. Bonus Samurai Adam in Discord. Oh my god, okay, hang on. Hang on. Let me get through this curvy bit. Oh, it didn't take. Okay, whatever. Hang on. Let's see. The Souls games, my characters are related, with DS1 being my character's ancestor. Fuck yeah. Alright, let me see this. Samurai Adam Sky. I have to see. Yes! Holy shit. Yeah, this pretty much looks like Adam Sky did, especially towards the end. Jesus. My God. That is insane. That is absolutely insane. So we got Cowboy, we got Paladin, we got Samurai, and we got Space Marine. Hell yeah. I love it. I fucking love it. That's amazing. Holy shit. That is so good. God damn.
Keep right, then exit right. Exit right. Turn left.
For the Souls games, my character fucking died. Oh no. Some point I'll try the Paladin. Might have to remember what he was wearing though. I think the last time I took a picture of him, it was basically just like silver full plate armor. Also, I absolutely think it's hilarious that fucking my best character to date is literally somebody who's originally based off of fucking Revolver Ocelot, but is a man who is so out of time regardless of when you put him that, yeah, everybody just automatically loves him. I don't know what it is, but it's so fucking funny that he's a cowboy who's literally, like, displaced out of time. He's a samurai that is really displaced out of time. He's a space marine, also incredibly displaced out of time. And a paladin so far displaced out of time, he doesn't know what the fuck is happening. Ocelot is cool? I mean, Ocelot is cool, that's true. No argument here. A true legend. Yep, that's fair. I just think it's hilarious. I really do. Out of all the different characters that I've done, like, even more so than fucking, Glup Shitto.
Turn left.
Who was fucking hilarious. Glup Shitto was great. What was the other one I did? I can't remember his name. I did him for, well, there was Crad Choger, but Crad Choger died. There was Daddy Long. Daddy Long died a very miserable death. And then there was, I can't remember the third guy's name for the life of me. Don't stand too close. Rex Kwando, yes. Thank you. Crad, don't stand too close to the Platinum Edge Choger. Fair. Yep. Yeah. Adam is more popular than fucking Rex Kwando. Let that sink in for a minute.
Go straight. Get ready to turn right. Turn right.
There we go. Nice. God, Adam's been on a lot of fucking adventures. Holy shit. Oh, you fucking asshole. He might have to die. Oh shit. Somehow I made it over 75. Damn. There we go. Nice. There we go. "41 minutes, not bad. Truckin'.
Slow down.
True. How you doing, Bloop? Also, Bloop, you missed the lore.
Go straight.
We talked about orcs.
speed limit.
Sleep's messed up? Yeah, that does happen. I totally get it.
You're going to hit something. Keep right, then exit right. Exit right. Turn right.
Full vampire. That will happen. I've been there. New expansion just came out. Yep.
Left.
How are you liking the expansion, by the way, Medicine? Woke up at 9:30. Now watching the sun come up. Yep. It's meh. Yeah, sadly, that's the way of WoW now, which blows.
We're here.
Because WoW used to be
Now drop
the
load
thing.
and go.
Where do they want it? Oh, fuck you. Nope. That works. Wrong way, wrong way, wrong way, wrong way, wrong way. Okay. Saved. Not saved. WoW is dead. It had a good run. As much as I hate to say it, I think you might be right. Yeah, they've done some really weird stuff. But I mean, again, like, you gotta remember, WoW is also like 20 years old. Actually, I think it's more than that, isn't it? Making sure I saved enough money for a subscription? Yeah, that's fair. Turning 20 this year? Yeah. I mean, that's a long time. It's a very, very long time for a game. It just, you know, what can you do? You can only do so much, right? You can only do so much to keep shit going. And, yeah, I mean, maybe its time has come. Shit. I fucked that up. While we wait for the WoW killer game, WoW killed itself. I mean, sad but true. I'd rather play stuff like Elder Scrolls Online or Black Desert Online. I mean, yeah, that's basically kind of the gist of it now, right? Is like there are other things they may not necessarily. I think the problem is like everybody wants a WoW killer, but they want a WoW killer for the sake of saying this killed WoW, not because they actually want a game that is good. Oh, fuck this. You know, I'd give my left nut to go back to the mid-2000s. I think that's fair. I think that's totally fair. Ooh, we are at 14. Nice. It's sad. But yeah. Do we not have a repair station here? Oh, we do. Okay, it's Kenworth. That'll work.
What are we waiting for?
That was a wee bit close. Go put some new shiny things on my truck.
Turn left.
What do you mean, like during the stream or in game? During the stream, because we're having fun. That's why. You know what? I'm gonna go this way. Fuck them.
Okay, let's find a new route. When possible, make a U-turn.
I ain't making a fucking U-turn. Fuck that shit.
Finding new route.
I'm cutting through somebody's ranch and I don't care.
Never mind. I'll find a new route. Please make a U-turn when possible. Turn right.
Ability is described by Einstein. Enjoying yourself, time moves fast, but your hand on the stove, that 1 second is an eternity. That's true. Also, don't
have to tell you to slow down.
Don't test that out. Hand on stove is bad. Turn green. Fuck. Gotta go put some new shinies on my truck.
Do you even listen to me? Slow down. Keep right, and then turn right.
Some Bulldog ramen? What's in that? I've never had that before.
Turn right.
Cut that motherfucker off. There we go.
Go straight.
Oh, the insanely hot stuff. Ooh.
Turn left.
Oh, hell yeah. That's the good stuff.
You have arrived at your destination. Your route guidance is now finished.
Yeah, that's the real good stuff. That's the shit that puts hair on your hair. You gotta love it. Okay, everything's looking good. Like it. Truck configurator. You don't know you should eat it. Okay, I'll help. You should totally eat it. 550 fucking horsepower from a Cummins. Because if you ain't coming, you ain't going. Simple as that. Flames. Can I put that in red? Ooh, can I put this in red? I think I can. I think I can. Okay, okay. Oh, boy. Oh, boy, okay. Let's bring this down to like a nice, really dark red. Right? Good there. We're going to go up here. Only thing I'm going to change is this. We're going to leave it as is. And we're going to go up here. I'm going to change this. Nice. You know what? I'll leave it. That looks good. Go here. Change it to red. Ooh, that looks pretty. That looks really badass. Ooh, hell yes. Yeah. That. Ooh, no, wait. Hang on. Hang on. It changed back over. I didn't want it to. I forgot to hit OK. There we go. Nice. Very nice. Why does it keep doing that? Hang on. There. Much better. That looks awesome. Hell yeah. Okay. Paint job's done. Next. What do we got? I can do the oversized load, I guess. No, that's the wrong bumper, but... Hang on. What? Is it not? Oh, okay. I think I know why. Size load is not compatible. Oh, would you like to remove it? No. Okay. So I can't do that. That's fine. What about air filters? Exclusive air filters with lights. Nice. Hell yeah. Ever had the Kraft mac and cheese microwavable cups? Yes, I have. They're not terrible. Would it be a go-to for me? I don't know. I mean, they're a little bit... It's kind of weird, because it's really odd to say this, but they're, like... They're sweeter. But they're not horrible. If that makes any sense. Can't seem to stop it from boiling over. I think here's what I finally did. I think what I finally did is I watched it until it started to boil. And then I went, okay, when does it start to boil? Stop it like 2 or 3 seconds before it starts that. And I think that's what I did. Optimal honk, yes. Oh, wait, the stacks. Wasn't the stacks? No, 15. That's not the stacks. Fuck. Wait. I think the stacks are on the other side. Maybe? What are you? Exhaust. 16. Okay. 16 is the next mark that I need for some interesting stacks. What do I got for tires? Nothing. Okay. That'll work. Nice. You got a flame job. Looking purty. I like it. Nice. Take a look at... Oh, hell yeah. Look at them flames. Do this. Damn. Damn, that looks good. Holy shit. Whew. Hell yeah. Now that's a truck. Now we go we totally go faster. Absolutely. 550 horses. We absolutely go faster. Jesus. Okay. Now, I'm going to pull in here. Like so. Ta-da! Engine stop. Turn those off. Sleepy. Ramen tastes like a cigarette. Yeah, it sounds about right. Alright. This is a good place to call it. Now, remember, I will not be here later on today, as Sunday is my day off. So, yeah. But Monday, we'll be back. Maybe do some more trucking. If not, here's what I am going to do. If we don't do more trucking, I'll tell you what we are going to do instead. Possibly Space Marine 1. Because, yeah, I'm fucking... Ooh, you know? I need some Space Marine in my life. Especially considering Adam Sky is going to come back as one. But... I got a couple of people that I got to thank here before we get going. We got Dawn, who came in with a raid. We also had Sophia, who came in for 12 months. We had Bloop, we had Sober, we had Medicine, we had Sophia, we had Alpa, we had Crit. We had Sober. We had Hey, it's Mint. Good to see you again, Mint. Totally good to see you. We had a lot of awesome people tonight. A lot of awesome people. So, I do want to thank everybody for hanging out. And before we go, one more time, We shall see, because Bloop didn't get to see it. We have 3 new Adam Skies that have been done. We got Samurai Adam Sky, like he was in Elden Ring. Then we have the return of Adam Sky for Space Marine 2, Space Marine Adam Sky. And he looks insanely badass. And if I could get a Space Marine to wear a fucking cowboy hat, that'd be amazing. And then we have Inquisitor Adam Sky. Sober did this stuff with AI. Yeah. So, Samurai Adam Sky, Space Marine Adam Sky, Inquisitor Adam Sky. And they all look insanely badass. They all do. But Adam Sky will be coming back as a Space Marine in Space Marine 2, don't you worry. Because, brother Captain, the clapping of thy ass cheeks is a cacophony of which I am not privy to overcome. Desist. Battle brother, take care to seal the hatch while expelling chaos from thy bowels. The screams can easily be picked up on thy auspex, and the stench is that of Nurgle himself. But, guys, gals, pals, that is it for me for tonight. From the bottom of my heart, everybody who lurks, chats, sends bits, donos, subs, resubs, raids, I love you all. Without you guys, I wouldn't be here. This is my dream job, so without you, this would not be possible. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. As I said, later on today, I will not be here. It is my day off. So, till I see you guys on Monday, have yourselves a great day, great night, and great rest of the weekend. Wherever you are, be good to yourselves, be good to one another, stay safe, stay frosty, and of course, the #1 golden rule around here, try to remember some of the basics of CQC. And I will be seeing you guys later on. Thank you so much, everybody, for all the love and support. It really does mean the world to me. Thank you guys once again. Have yourselves a great rest of your weekend. Have a great Sunday, and I will see you guys on Monday. I am out for now. Take care. Bye, guys.